The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on into a Tuesday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and filling in today for Brad Evans is Cordell Woodland, who covers the Orioles and the Ravens for 105.7 The Fan, our Baltimore Odyssey sports station. He also is the co-host of The Fresh Take on 105.7 The Fan. And so, Cordell, welcome to the show, brother. Appreciate you stepping in, doing 5 hours of sports talk radio with me tonight. We got an exciting week, man. We got a sports blitz coming here. NBA play-in tournament, 2 games tonight we're going to get into. Last couple days of the hockey regular season. Hoping for another historic night in baseball where we are 9 days away from the NFL draft. Things are heating up, and I only learned moments ago that despite being in Baltimore, you are a Miami Heat fan. So not only is this a big night for you, we now might have an instant rivalry with me being a Knicks fan. But appreciate you stepping in, brother. How you doing today?
I'm good, man. Appreciate you guys having me. Like you said, it's a great night to talk sports for 5 hours. A lot going on nationally and locally, depending on where you are. But yeah, I am a Heat fan. I am in Baltimore right now, born and raised in DC. So even still, it's kind of like, I'm a remote Heat fan regardless. Tough to find any Wizards fans these days. But yeah, we'll see what happens with my Heat tonight. And yeah, your Knicks, man. I'm sure we'll have plenty of back and forth as I have multiple Knicks fans, and they tend to hate me when I talk basketball.
Yeah, well, yeah, like I said, we will have plenty of time to either become enemies or to be the rare Heat Knicks friends, which I don't know if that's possible. So, we got 5 hours.
Maybe frenemies.
Yeah, exactly.
Best friends. Yep.
And I would love nothing more than, I guess, I would hate nothing more than to see the Heat in the playoffs, but I guess I would love nothing more if the Heat got into the playoffs and then you guys took out the Detroit Pistons. So again, we'll get into the basketball in a bit. By the way, we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show every Monday through Friday from 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you got plenty of different ways you can listen to the show. The Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line for you to join the show is 310-840-4910. You could call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into tonight at 310-840-4910. So, Cordell, again, plenty of time to get into the basketball and the play-in tournament tipping off in about an hour and a half from now. But I want to start with some football here. Again, 9 days away from the draft. The draft stuff's going to pick up hot and heavy here in the coming days. And look, man, it exhausts me. I'm sure like it exhausts everybody else to talk about Aaron Rodgers. But when it is prevalent and when it is meaningful, we have to address it. And I think some comments today and in the last 24 hours made by Steelers linebacker Patrick Queen, it poses a very, very interesting dilemma that Pittsburgh once again finds themselves in. Rodgers still hasn't committed to returning to the Steelers in 2026. I don't know about you. I think he's coming back. I think we would have gotten the rather quick retirement from Aaron Rodgers. But then again, maybe he didn't want to steal the spotlight from Mike Tomlin. Now you got Mike McCarthy as the head coach there. Of course, he and Rodgers won a Super Bowl in Green Bay. They had a really good relationship until things kind of fell apart in Green Bay. But linebacker Patrick Queen said on Good Morning Football today, he thinks Rodgers is 50-50 to retire. So we're talking Aaron Rodgers, but like I said, we're 9 days away from the draft, and the Steelers, they need an answer, considering they have Mason Rudolph and Will Howard. Will Rodgers show up on the stage in Pittsburgh on draft night and announce he's coming back? I don't even know if that would get a positive reaction from the fans, but I guess first and foremost, I want to get your thoughts on it. Where do you think Aaron Rodgers lies in terms of coming back? Are you sold that he's coming back and for sure this is just him playing it out? Or do you actually think there's a chance he retires here in the next week or so?
Well, I think, number one, we're talking about one of the more volatile players in the league. He's very unpredictable. It's good luck finding anybody that knows what's going on in Aaron Rodgers' head on a day-to-day basis. I think, when you look at his situation in Pittsburgh, I think last year was a success, especially compared to his time in New York with the Jets, which was a complete disaster. Pittsburgh, they actually end up winning the division thanks to the Ravens missing a field goal at the end of the game. Pittsburgh gets in. Of course, they don't go anywhere because they're not really built for sustainable success right now. Pittsburgh has been one of the more year-to-year rosters in all of football. And then you've had the Mike Tomlin of it all, where he just refuses to have a losing record with them. So they just always hover around the middle of the pack. And last year they were good enough to win a division that wasn't as good as people expected it to be. I think there is a good chance that Rodgers comes back, but of course there's a chance that he retires as well. If I'm Pittsburgh, I don't think Rodgers coming back or retiring should impact how they approach the quarterback position. You need a quarterback for the future anyway. And if you talk to people in Pittsburgh, some of them will tell you that the Steelers are kind of high on Will Howard and wanting to see what he can develop into. I don't necessarily buy the Will Howard stock. Never really have. He was okay at Ohio State, but never really viewed him as a guy that if you're a franchise, you want to give him the keys to the Corvette. And look, to the Steelers' credit, I actually think they've made some pretty solid moves this offseason and adding to their talent pool, especially on the offensive end. So if I'm them, I'm looking at quarterback regardless of what happens with Aaron Rodgers. But I think Patrick Queen is probably spot on. It probably is a 50-50 scenario that he does come back. If you're Pittsburgh, you should learn from last offseason to not just sit around and wait for this guy, especially with the draft a couple of weeks away. And he is clearly in no rush to give them any type of answer, knowing that the draft is right around the corner. So I would approach it as if you don't have him, because again, even if you do, you still have to figure out your quarterback for the future. And that's been an issue for the Steelers ever since Ben Roethlisberger retired. They haven't had that guy that they can kind of build around and feel like can elevate their team since Big Ben has been gone. They've gone with the Mason Rudolphs. They've gone with Russell Wilsons. They've tried to get these Band-Aids, and Rodgers is the latest of their Band-Aids. I actually thought Rodgers was okay last year. Maybe he could be somewhat decent again this year if he does return to them. But again, I think the Pittsburgh Steelers, at some point, they have to start focusing on the future of their franchise.
Yeah, and look, and that's a good question that you pose. And by the way, the Steelers have the 20th overall pick in this draft, or 21st overall pick, which is a very similar pick to when they drafted Kenny Pickett. That is the last time they drafted a quarterback in the first round, when they took the chance, right? Because they were trying to find the bridge from Big Ben. They were trying to find the successor, and they drafted Kenny Pickett with the 20th overall pick in 2022. The one time they did take their gamble on their quarterback of the future, it didn't work out. It failed miserably. And like you said, since then, they've tried the stopgaps. They've tried the Band-Aids. Justin Fields, Russell Wilson, Mason Rudolph, who took over at the end of the season a couple of years ago and played pretty well and then put up a decent showing against the Bills in the playoffs. He's still on the roster. I don't care what Steelers fans will say, because we were in the same situation a year ago where Steelers fans were like, screw Aaron Rodgers. He's playing us all. He's flirting with us and he's teasing us and he's leaving us out to dry. I mean, hell, even some of the Steelers players were throwing Rodgers under the bus, right? Cam Hayward, and then basically walked it back and backtracked it because they realized that just like last year, Aaron Rodgers is still the best option at quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers this season. So yeah, they're waiting on him to give an answer. I tend to think that answer's probably already been communicated, despite what he says if he goes on Pat McAfee again shortly, or whatever he, cryptically posts, or whatever we hear from Omar Khan, the Steelers GM, or Art Rooney. I think Rodgers is coming back. Are we going to get this big, grand, like WWE style entrance at the draft next week? I don't know, because I do think there are a lot of Steelers fans that don't like Rodgers, even though, again, you won the division last year. Despite Steelers fans, a pocket of them wanting Tomlin out the door and wanting Rodgers to go away, you win the division. in a division that the Bengals going into the season were once again supposed to be the favorite, and Joe Burrow, gets hurt again. The Ravens with Lamar Jackson, and it's the Steelers again who win that division, lo and behold, last year. So Rodgers, is he anywhere near his best? No. Is he 42 years old now? Yes. He still put up 3,300 yards with 24 touchdowns and 7 picks. There were plenty of highs, yes, and there were plenty of lows. That playoff game against Houston was an abomination. The fact that they nearly blew their season against Cleveland in Week 17, and then they needed the Ravens to choke and collapse against them in Week 18 on Sunday Night Football. Rodgers is still the best answer, and so I really do genuinely think if they don't have that answer already, they need it by draft night. Because if not, at 21 overall, if he is still there, would you draft Ty Simpson if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers? I know you mentioned Will Howard. I mean, they got him last year with a 6th-round pick. And Steelers fans can say all they want. Oh, he's the future. Look what he did at Ohio State. They drafted him in the 6th round. So is that somebody they really wanted to turn the keys over to the franchise? No, because they would have done it. They would have said, hey, Aaron, sorry, man, you can retire, but the door's not open here. We're moving on to Will Howard. And the fact that that hasn't happened, I think they are waiting on Aaron Rodgers. And I don't think they're going to draft Ty Simpson. But at 21, if we get there on Thursday night and he's still available, it's worth asking, would the Steelers grab him and try to make him the successor to Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I don't think that they would. To go back to your point about Kenny Pickett, it would almost feel like that all over again. If you go back to that Kenny Pickett draft, he had a lot of concerns coming out, and he had the hand issue. He has small hands. I remember that being one of the things with him. And, and Pittsburgh ended up going with him because they needed a quarterback instead of, maybe going with somebody in the later rounds, maybe somebody that did have questions as well, but didn't come in with some of those 1st-round expectations. And I think when you talk about Pittsburgh fans that wanted Aaron Rodgers gone, that wanted Mike Tomlin gone despite the success, I think a lot of them just want to see this team bottom out finally. Because like I mentioned, with Mike Tomlin, they've consistently been in the middle, and that's where you don't want to be, because then you're kind of handcuffed to have to settle for the Ty Simpsons of the world, the Kenny Pickett's of the world. They want to, and look, they won the division last year, but we all saw what happened in the postseason. They weren't a playoff team. They weren't. And I'd make the argument that maybe nobody in the AFC North was a playoff team. The Ravens were decimated with injuries all year. They weren't as good as everybody thought they'd be. The Browns are the Browns, and the Bengals just can't get out of their own way. But I think with the Steelers, I think a lot of fans just want to see them finally, not necessarily tank, but maybe not end up fighting for that last wild card spot. Maybe not end up fighting for the division in week 17 and 18 when you're not a team that's really going to make any noise in the postseason. So that would give them the opportunity to maybe pick in the top 7 and be able to go get that quarterback that they're looking for to build around. But how it's been for them, and now with Mike Tomlin gone, maybe we'll see, that it finally does bottom out. Maybe he's been a guy that's done more with less. And I've always been somebody that points the finger at Mike Tomlin a little bit as well for their lackluster rosters that they put together. He's been a big part of the decision-making in terms of the personnel that the Steelers are bringing in. So now with him gone and you bring in McCarthy, maybe they do finally bottom out and they get into that top 7, top 10 pick next year and beyond, because I think a lot of the fans just really want to see this team hit the reset button and finally build this team from the ground up. This was one of the oldest teams in the National Football League, especially on the defensive side last year. They were the most expensive defense in the league and the oldest at the same time, and they didn't get their money's worth with that unit. So I think a lot of Pittsburgh wants to see them just hit the reset button, commit to that, and Rodgers doesn't fit that. Having Aaron Rodgers as your quarterback does not signal we're trying to hit the reset button. We're trying to build this thing from the ground up. Maybe a year of Will Howard going out there learning on the fly, maybe that will actually get them the result that they're looking for to go into next offseason and really put this roster together the way that they'd like.
Number to join the show, 310-840-4910. What do you think the Steelers should do in the draft at 21 overall? Should they take a risk and draft Ty Simpson and try to, basically Kenny Pickett part two, hope that he's the successor to Aaron Rodgers? Hell, if Aaron Rodgers retires, is that your starting quarterback there? And also, you make a tremendous point, Cordell, about what the Steelers fans have been going through. It's football purgatory, right? You're in that middle. Not good, not bad enough to tank and completely lose and be a top 5 pick and be horrible, and yet not good enough despite making the playoffs almost every year for the last decade. They haven't won a playoff game since 2017. They've lost 7 straight. Imagine telling a fan, hey, you're going to make the playoffs almost every year. You're going to win the division multiple times, but you're probably not going to win a Super Bowl. What would you rather have? And I think it's so easy to say, oh, well, of course we want the playoffs every year because you never know. All you got to do is get in. And yet Steelers fans have witnessed that harsh reality that they really are so far from being a Super Bowl team. Even in years past when the Chiefs and Mahomes were at their peak and Josh Allen and the Bills were knocking on the doorstep. Mahomes and the Chiefs missed the playoffs last year. Lamar and the Ravens missed the playoffs. It felt like it could have been wide open. The Patriots, were at the top of it with Denver. And yet Pittsburgh was still miles away from being a Super Bowl contender. So I can't blame any Steelers fans for actively saying, you know what, let's bottom out, let's be terrible, and let's tank. But this franchise, they know how to live in that middle, man. They know how to just be good enough. I do give them credit, though, this year, because I honestly think Rodgers back this year at quarterback, Cordell, I think they're a playoff team again. I really do, because I like the moves they've made in free agency. And the big one, they haven't had a number 2 receiver, right? I mean, they get DK Metcalf, but obviously then, they trade away George Pickens. Now you've got DK Metcalf, and you pair him with Michael Pittman, who I like, coming over from the Colts. And so the other options behind that aren't that great, but at least you have a number 2 wide receiver. They signed Rico Dowdle in the offseason. And the defense, which has normally been the calling card of the Steelers, was pretty mediocre last year. They bring in Jamel Dean to play corner. They bring in Jaquan Brisker to play safety. They bring in Asante Samuel Jr. So they got much younger in the secondary. I think the team outside of Aaron Rodgers probably got a win or 2 better on paper. And you throw Rodgers in coming back. Like, if he could do what he did last year at 41, why can't he do it again at 42? He's got a bona fide number 2 receiver now. Then this just comes down to, well, do you believe in Mike McCarthy? Can he pull off the same magic act that Mike Tomlin was doing every single year? And look, I'm not saying Mike McCarthy is a tremendous elite coach. He's got a Super Bowl to his name. A lot of it thanks to Rodgers. But he kind of had been doing the same thing with the Dallas Cowboys. Just winning, being good enough, making the playoffs every year, and then, failing in January. Even the 2 years ago when they had all the injuries, they finished strong. So you kind of get you almost get like a copy and paste of Mike Tomlin just in Mike McCarthy. And it does feel like we're headed down the same track, right? The Steelers will probably win 10 games. They'll probably make the playoffs, and they'll probably get beat in the wild card round. And so maybe it's just another painful ending in January for Steelers fans. But I do think they're in a better position this year than last year. And Rodgers coming back, I don't think they should be drafting a quarterback here. You mentioned they have Will Howard. They have Mason Rudolph. You run it back with Rodgers, and you hope for the best, and you hope to get in the playoffs. I'm sorry, I can never advocate to tank because that doesn't even guarantee you a great quarterback. It never does.
No, I totally agree. And I've been pleasantly surprised with some of the moves that Pittsburgh's made this offseason. You mentioned the Michael Pittman trade. I mean, that was great. I think the world of Michael Pittman. Right. I mean, I don't know what the Colts were doing. And look, I get it. They bring back Alec Pierce. Alec Pierce has been the yards per catch king in the NFL the last couple of seasons. But Michael Pittman was a big part of what the Colts did offensively as well. And I think he's going to be a really nice fit with that Pittsburgh offense. DK Metcalf is kind of that guy that stretches the field for them. He can run the entire route tree, but he's this big body guy that Rodgers likes to throw the go ball to, and he could definitely catch the ball over the middle. But Pittman has made a living off of, even though he's a big guy, he's made a living off of these bubble screens. He's made a living off of this short to intermediate routes. And I think that's what Rodgers at this stage of his career, that's what he wants to do. He wants to get the ball out fast. We just saw it last year. Kenneth Gainwell, I believe, And this is off the top of my head, but I think he led the Steelers in receptions last year as their backup running back. So, I mean, if he didn't lead them, he was definitely top 2 or 3, and he was a huge part of their passing game for sure. So I think Rodgers having Pittman, that big body guy that can catch the ball in traffic, that can make something happen after the catch, and he's a great red zone target as well. I think that's going to be great. And I really think Pat Freiermuth can be in line for a bounce back year this year. I think Pittsburgh was a little they seem to be all over the place in terms of their tight end room last year. And I think they added too many pieces to that room after they already paid Pat Freiermuth. And he was just never really that consistent part of that offense the way that you thought he'd be, because Aaron Rodgers historically loves his tight ends. And everybody thought Pat Freiermuth would have a great year last year, and he didn't. And I think Jonnu Smith coming over there kind of jumbled that up. And you also had the big fella, Hayward, that was a part of that as well. I do think Pittsburgh could be in line for a bounce back year this year. Defensively, I just wonder if it's their culture is defense to play there's a standard over there when it comes to defense because of the steel curtain and everything. And Mike Tomlin did a great job of keeping that going. I am curious to see, when you talk about the culture of the Pittsburgh Steelers, is Mike McCarthy able to keep that going? Is he able to raise the floor for this roster the way that Mike Tomlin has done, maybe to a fault throughout his career?
Yeah, and also remember tight end Darnell Washington too, the big human battering ram from Georgia that broke his forearm at the end of last season. I'm interested to see what role he could have, and maybe Pat Freiermuth doesn't have a bounce back year, but maybe that's because Darnell Washington takes a big step forward. Yeah, look, I think with Mike McCarthy, you're hoping that he's not Mike Tomlin. That's my fear, right? That he's good enough to maintain, right? The standard is the standard. How many times did Mike Tomlin say that? Look, maybe Mike McCarthy is going to be even better than Mike Tomlin. Maybe part 2 for Mike McCarthy, or part 3, I should say now, wins a Super Bowl with the Packers, gets to the playoffs almost every year with the Cowboys, but was a January failure. Maybe this is different. Maybe this is, or maybe it's not. Or, I think Steelers fans they should want either, like you said, you want opposite ends of the spectrum. You want Mike McCarthy and Rodgers to write a miracle Hollywood script here and get to the AFC title game, or you want him to go 4-13 and Rodgers just, he basically is like 41 going on 60 before our very eyes. You don't want that middle ground, but I think the Steelers made enough good moves here that they have a pretty high floor going into this season. I think that floor is 8 wins at the minimum. And we both think they're going to be a playoff team this year. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens, but I think in a week from now, we'll be 48 hours away from the draft, and we'll have the news by then that Aaron Rodgers is coming back to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And whether he announces it or not, I would be shocked if he ends up, announcing his retirement right before the draft and waiting all this time. You're listening to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. Cordell Woodland filling in for Brad, and we're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll get to your phone calls, and we've got a couple of texts that are worth getting to as well. 310-840-4910. Busy Tuesday night. Stick with us. We're just getting rolling. He's Cordell Woodland. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I hate the fact that the Pittsburgh Steelers are banking on the halcyon days of the Green Bay Packers with Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers taking them back to prominence. Art Rooney spoke at the league meetings in Phoenix a couple weeks ago and said they think Aaron Rodgers will make his decision before the draft. It's 9 days away. It's 9 days away. What if he retires? Are they going to draft Ty Simpson 21st overall? Is Will Howard going to be the quarterback to start next? What are they doing? When is this decision going to be made? Do you think The Steelers know that he's coming back and it hasn't been announced publicly with the way Aaron Rodgers loves, no matter what he says. Like, you could be like, oh, I hate the public eye. And, oh, I want to live this quiet life. Prove it. Prove it. Prove it. 9 days out. We don't know if he's coming back or not. Okay. Yeah. The Pittsburgh Steelers, a legacy NFL franchise, one of the bluest of all the blue blood NFL teams. This is not the New York Jets. And I actually mean that not disrespectfully to the Jets, although it is a disrespectful thing to say, and I acknowledge it. And at least when Rodgers was doing this in Green Bay, he was doing it at like the height of his powers, winning MVPs, going to the postseason. And I know the Steelers went to the playoffs last year. I get it. They had no business making it, and they got destroyed by the Texans in round one. And Mike Tomlin was the coach of that team. Now, here's Mike McCarthy, and we're begging Aaron Rodgers to come back. 9 days away. They don't know if he's coming back or not. 9 days away. The draft is in Pittsburgh. Is it possible that, like, this afternoon, he's like, yeah, I'm coming back? Of course. Could it happen at some point before the draft? Yes. Of course. But, like, no one thinks that there's a problem with this. Everyone just thinks this is normal, that the Steelers are trying to recreate a Packers team that was struggling a decade ago. I'm over it. I think this is insane what's going on with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Wanted to make sure we reserved a little time to give flowers to three-time Stanley Cup champion goalie Jonathan Quick, who last night backstopped the Rangers to a win in a meaningless regular season game for the Rangers. But Jonathan Quick at age 40 is done in the National Hockey League. Won a Stanley Cup a couple years ago when Vegas won, was the backup goalie for Las Vegas. But really, when we think about Jonathan Quick, we will remember him when he starred for the LA Kings. Two Stanley Cup champions in 2012 when they beat the Devils, in 2014 when they beat my Rangers. Quick won the Conn Smythe in 2012 when the Kings were an 8 seed and went all the way to win the Stanley Cup. And obviously all those great playoff duels with the Chicago Blackhawks, when the Blackhawks won 3 cups on that run and the Kings won 2. Felt like those were the 2 best teams every year for a number of years last decade in the NHL. Jonathan Quick is one of the best goalies ever. Now, does he fall short of like let's call it, the Martin Brodeur, Dominic Hasek, Patrick Waugh category? Like, probably. But he's in that next tier. This is an all-time great that is choosing to step away. And I think that we need to, as sports fans, celebrate what a career it was for the great Jonathan Quick.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. We got Cordell Woodland filling in for Brad Evans tonight. He's rocking and rolling with me all 5 hours until 11 p.m. Eastern. Fun first segment on whether or not Aaron Rodgers is going to return. We both think he is. We both think the Steelers will be a playoff team, but plenty of skepticism to believe that maybe he will retire last second, or either way, that the Steelers maybe should take a gamble with Ty Simpson in the first round, either at number 21 overall, or dare I say it, the Steelers trade up to draft Ty Simpson. I don't think that's ever going to happen, but it is a possibility. Either way, Cordell and I both think that the Steelers are best with Aaron Rodgers at quarterback this year and that they will be a playoff team. You want to weigh in on that? It's 310-840-4910. Before we get to two sports-related headlines today, like I said, you can call us. You can text the show as well. And, Cordell, I don't know if you caught any of the Masters. I don't know how big of a golf guy you are. I like watching the majors, and I get into it big time. I can't, not going to lie and say that I'm watching the Valero Texas Open or whatever the week before the Masters. But I did say going into the tournament, with Rory McIlroy being the defending champ, I said, you know what? He really hasn't played much golf the last couple of weeks. It feels like, he won the green jacket last year. Maybe his motivation isn't that high. It didn't look like he was that motivated after winning the green jacket last year. And I was like, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if he misses the cut. And then he goes on to go back-to-back and win the green jacket. So we did have a person text in. They didn't put their name on it or where they're from, but that's fine. They just texted in, quote, Rory isn't making the cut this weekend. Pat Boyle. And look, that's fine. That's fine. You want to call me out for the take? That's completely fine. I own it. I will say, though, and Cordell, I nearly looked like a double jackass on Friday because when Rory McIlroy went 6 strokes ahead of the rest of the field, I did declare the Masters over, and I did say that Rory was going to win it, and it wasn't even going to be close. And then he literally choked the lead away on Saturday and then had to win it down the stretch on Sunday. So, roller coaster round. Did you end up catching any of the Masters?
I didn't. Orioles had a homestand this weekend taking on the Giants, so I was dealing a lot with that. I don't watch a lot of golf. I've actually been playing more golf over the last year or so.
Okay.
Please don't ask me about my handicap or anything. It's just TBD to be determined until I get one that I'm comfortable sharing. But yes, I do dabble in golf. I did keep track of what was going on at the Masters. Saw Scotty, who got off to a slow start. Of course, typical Scotty, comes roaring back over the weekend on Sunday and gets close to Roy, and I believe he finished top 5 as well. He finished second. So
stroke back.
Yeah, Scotty doing Scotty things. So yeah, Rory's just always one of those guys. I think with him, it always depends on his emotions and is he going to let that get the best of him. But Roy's become one of those guys now that I do, especially when you start talking about these major tournaments. He's a guy you have to continue to throw his name in the hat.
Yeah, I find it funny to the listener that texted in my take from before the tournament that I said Rory isn't making the cut this weekend. That would have been a funny text on Friday because then I declared that he was going to win it, and then he ended up winning it. But like I said, I nearly looked like a double idiot after he nearly collapsed and choked the lead away one day later. So that was fun. That was good. Okay. Again, number to join the show, 310-840-4910. So, Cordell, you're filling in for Brad today. And, we mentioned you cover the Orioles and the Ravens. You're a reporter and a journalist, and you cover both of those teams for 105.7 The Fan, our Odyssey sister station in Baltimore. And so you know what it's like talking to coaches and talking to players every day. And so I figured you would be more knowledgeable and in an expert field than just about anybody else on this story here. Diana Rossini ended up resigning from The Athletic today. That was kind of the very hot topic, the gossipy topic, right? I think I felt like, the girls at middle school gossiping about, ooh, did you see the pictures of Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel? And that was everybody around the country, sports fans and just people in general. I think that became such a big topic. And, whether they were with friends or not, whatever the truth ends up being, it certainly didn't look good at all. It was tough to give them the benefit of the doubt. It definitely looked like that was kind of some, affair type interest going on. And, we wondered aloud the last couple of days what was going to happen. And Diana Rossini, just posted 2 hours ago a letter of resignation to The Athletic. And I'm just going to read one blurb about it, and then we can kind of react. She mentioned, she wrote, quote, in the days that followed, unfortunately, commentators in various media have engaged in self-feeding speculation that is simply unmoored from the facts. Moreover, this media frenzy is hurtling forward without regard for the review process The Athletic is trying to complete. It continues to escalate, fueled by repeated leaks, and I have no interest in submitting to a public inquiry that has already caused far more damage than I'm willing to accept. Over a career spanning more than 15 years in sports journalism, all the places she's been, I have built a body of work I am proud of. I have broken stories, earned the trust of sources across the league, and been guided by the highest standards of professional conduct. That record speaks for itself. So there was a report. The Athletic is going to continue to do their company review and the investigation of Diana Rossini's, whatever you would call it, extracurricular activities with Mike Vrabel. But as a fellow reporter and journalist here, it's unfortunate. I'm not going to all of a sudden pretend that I was, an enemy of Diana Rossini or that I was rooting for this to happen. It sucks. It's a tough look. It's definitely a lesson learned no matter what was going on. She wouldn't have resigned if there wasn't a line that was crossed and what a reporter or a journalist is supposed to be doing. So I guess just from your expertise, what lesson do you think can be learned from this? Because it's unfortunate no matter what her future ends up being after this.
Yeah, I mean, it is unfortunate, really unfortunate for, the collateral, the people in this situation that are collateral damage, right? Like her husband, her family, his wife, his family, a lot of them are dragged into this soap opera of a story that they didn't have anything to do with. And now, they're having to deal with the ramifications of this situation. So it does suck for them. And it's just a lesson in, making the best decisions possible, right? Not putting yourself in these types of predicaments. And look, I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. I don't see a lot of what was portrayed in those pictures. And I'm sure she has, she's had her rebuttals about it and she said nothing was going on. But, look, if anybody if you have the internet, you have the ability to kind of see some of the things that have also, that she has been brought into that kind of go along with this type of situation. Scott McClanahan in Washington, like I said, if you have the internet, this stuff is public knowledge. So it's just unfortunate that somebody that is respected, and she is a respected journalist. I mean, she breaks news. She's always been able to do that. But when you put yourself in these types of situations, you open the door for anything to happen. And I know the court of public opinion kind of goes off the rails these days, and that's really what went on here. I mean, once these pictures went public, it became a talking point for everybody. Like, we're sitting here talking about it. I don't, this isn't a story I enjoy sitting here talking about. It's uncomfortable for me, and I'm not even a part of this situation, but it's grown, it's gained so many legs, and it's been out there to the point to where it's impacting the sports industry. And as somebody that is a reporter in this industry that is out here on the day-to-day grind of talking to these coaches, talking to these players, trying to break news, gathering sources. And look, we all took a media ethics class. If you're a journalism major or communications major, you took an ethics class, and there are certain do's and certain don'ts that you learn about as you're coming up through this. So she knows that. And look, he's a coach. He's not going to have the same type of finger waved at him the way that she is, and that is unfortunate because he's wrong too. He's a byproduct of poor judgment too. It's bad all the way around. And I've seen a lot of people on Twitter try to bring up the situation in Jacksonville, and forgive me, I'm forgetting the lady's name of the reporter in Jacksonville that after the Jags lost in the postseason, in the middle of the press conference, she's getting up there and she's giving Liam Cohen pretty much a pat on the back.
Lynn Jones.
The great Lynn Jones, exactly. And it was a huge talking point then. And a lot of people are trying to compare that to this. The reality is, look, I personally don't agree with either of them. I'm gonna just be honest. Like they're two different situations, no doubt. But again, it goes back to ethics. And as the media, we're supposed to be impartial. If we're at a press conference, we're there to ask questions, not necessarily give our input. In this case, you're supposed to gather your sources and gather your information ethically. If you're doing favors for the people that are giving you, and I'm not saying that she is, I'm just talking about what people are perceiving this to be. If you're having an inappropriate relationship or you're giving some sort of trade-off, you're wrong. And I get it. It's the real world. These things are happening and we just don't know about it. This just happened to come out. It's a lot of people that are probably having this happen, unfortunately. And I think the vast majority of the media do go about things the right way, specifically the women, because I feel like the women now have to come out and defend themselves for no reason. And I know credible female reporters that are great at their job that I don't believe are going about it the wrong way and, gathering their information unethically. I don't think that the vast majority of female reporters in this field do this type of stuff. But unfortunately, people are going to come up with their own ideas. And that's the sad part, is that whether it's the families of these people or the women that are in media, it just feels like there's going to be the collateral damage for everybody else that now has to answer for a situation that they're really not even a part of.
Yeah, look, those are great points. And like I said, on one side of the story, one side of my mind, I do feel for Diana Russini, because she did have, what looked like a very professional track record. But then something like this happens, and then you wonder, you're like, all right, has this been going on for a long time? Like, what if somebody wasn't sitting in the bushes or wherever the hell they were for the New York Post that snapped those photos, TMZ style, of them? This probably would have never came out. We would have never known. And and I do think that the other side, the same side of my mind, it sucks for her that she's going to get blasted. She's going to get criticized. She's going to get dragged on social media. And nobody talks about Mike Vrabel, right? It takes two to tango. Nobody talks about Mike Vrabel. He's going to continue to be the coach of the New England Patriots. He's not going to face any suspension. He's not going to face any kind of blowback for this. But then the other side, like you mentioned, there are hundreds of female reporters and journalists that do their job to the highest standard of professionalism. And now you have people calling, questioning their tactics or lopping them in with Diana Russini, which I think is garbage. I think it's BS. And I think that there is just a pocket of fans out there and a lot of dudes out there that would jump to that conclusion. That's sickening of them to do that. But that's the world that we live in, right? Diana Russini does it now. It's, is every female, reporter like this? Is every female sideline reporter, asking the wrong questions? Is every female reporter like Lynn Jones? Is all they want to do is give their input and their opinions? I think it's garbage. But, again, that's the position, like you said, that Diana Russini put herself in the first place by doing whatever that was with Mike Vrabel. They probably shouldn't have been together at that resort in Arizona. So that's all I got to say about that. All right. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. When we come back, we're going to play our crew game. Who's going to get a hit tonight? We went 3 out of 4 last night. We'll see if we can go 4 for 4 tonight. That's coming up next. BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
If we get to next Thursday night, don't be surprised when and if, and I have zero inside information, not yet. I'm hoping to get some in the next week, in the next 9 days. I'll tell you the guy that's perfect for Detroit. Ruben Bain. Ruben Bain is the perfect Detroit Lion. With the violence that he brings on the edge, setting the edge, the way he defends the run would be an unbelievable compliment to Aiden Hutchinson on this defensive line. A trade up for Ruben Bain, I think, makes all the sense in the world. If Arvell Reese slips a little bit in the draft, and it seems to be consensus now that the Jets will go David Bailey second overall, we can get to the Arizona Cardinals, who pick third overall at some point during the show here. Could the Lions make a trade up for Arvell Reese? Will the Lions potentially wait until they're on the clock at 17 and take the best offensive lineman available and seek to find an edge elsewhere in the draft? I do think the Detroit Lions loom as a major wild card in this draft. They can't sit on their hands. I think the board either falls to them exactly the way they want it, or they've got to make a move. This window for Detroit to compete for a Super Bowl, I don't want to say it's closed, because it's not. Is it ajar? Are we getting there to it being closed? Huge NFL draft coming up for the Lions. And I would love, if Ruben Bain's going to slip, F them picks, go try and win it now, go up and get Ruben Bain if you are the Detroit Lions. At the Ravens, Chargers, Broncos, Chiefs, and Bills will all be better, in my estimation, this year than they were last year. Then the Patriots need to take a big swing. And that swing is undoubtedly A.J. Brown. And I'll just say it. If they don't take the swing, and we can discuss at a later date what that would mean for the Eagles if they keep A.J. Brown, which I think would be a disaster for the Eagles. If the Patriots don't trade for A.J. Brown, don't reunite him with Mike Vrabel, and don't give Drake May that legitimate 1A alpha superstar, A-level alien receiver in that offense, there's no way in the world I would ever bet the Patriots to make it back to the Super Bowl. I wouldn't even bet them to win the AFC East. That's Buffalo's division. Now you give New England A.J. Brown, we can have that conversation. Who wins the AFC East? A lot's riding on this. The Patriots can't afford to screw around. Yes, they say they're going to leave the door open. I actually think that's not enough. Go get a wrecking ball. And Miley Cyrus can sing this part instead of Bruno Mars. And use that wrecking ball to smash the bleep out of the entire front of the house. It shouldn't just be the door that's open. You should be able to see the whole damn inside of the house. That's what it should be for the New England Patriots.
The conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Cordell Woodland is filling in for Brad Evans tonight, and the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. All right, Cordell, we're going to introduce you to our nightly baseball game here that we play with the entire crew, and it is simply called Let's Go Streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaky! Yeah!
All right, so just a nightly test of who knows ball here, Cordell. We're basically just picking one guy on the baseball slate in any game that starts 7 p.m. Eastern or later, so plenty of options to choose from. Just one guy to get a hit. That's it, just a measly hit to really test who knows ball the best here on this show. We got a couple of big baseball fans behind the scenes. Our producer, Brandon Combs, our video producer, Michael Montgomery. Monty, he is a savant. He is a god, mostly because he owns an analytical website called batters-box.com, but he's a perfect 4 for 4 since we started this on Wednesday. I'm 3 for 4. I had the catcher from the Braves, the reigning rookie of the year, Drake Baldwin, last night. He got a hit. That's 3 in a row for me. Combs was 2 for 3, and he was riding a 2-game streak. Then he picked Brandon Nimmo, and Nimmo went 0 for 5 despite the Rangers putting up 8 runs. So Combs is 2 out of 4. Monty's 4 for 4. I'm 3 for 4. And you're going to give your first go-ahead here in a minute or so. So I'll kick us off, and I'll go to the Yankees-Angels game here, and I'll go to a guy that should feast off of left-handed pitching tonight. Give me Ahmed Rosario from the New York Yankees just to get a hit. On the mound for the Halos is Reed Detmers, the lefty. And in his career against Reed Detmers, Ahmed Rosario's faced him 13 times. He's got a hit in 6 of those at-bats. So a 462 batting average. The guy mashes lefty. He's off to a tremendous folk hero start to the year for the Yanks. He's hitting 308, and he's in the 3-hole tonight. Look at Aaron Boone. The computers for the Yankees said put Ahmed Rosario third. I think he gets a hit. That's who I'm going with. Combs, who you rocking with to get back on a streak?
All right. Well, no numbers behind this like you just threw out, Pat. Simply this. I took Jace DeLauder versus the St. Louis Cardinals because batters-box.com told me to, and you just said that Monty's a god for having this, so I've got to listen to you. I've got to believe you. I'm going with Chase DeLauder because he's the second highest rated hitter, and the top rated hitter, no clue who it was.
So look at that. You go 0 for one night, and you immediately just start going off of Monty's ratings, which I think is great. That
if
you can't even come up with your own opinion. Yeah, if you can't beat him, join him.
Join him.
Very true.
All right, we'll save Mr. 4 for 4 for last. So Cordell, just anybody to get a hit tonight. Who are you going with?
All right, I'm going to the Toronto Blue Jays and Milwaukee Brewers game. Going with my guy Wilson Contreras, one of the sure things in that Brewers lineup, going up against Kevin Gausman today. And, Gausman, who's been really good against righties this year, righties only with a .100 batting average against Gausman, but Contreras has reverse splits. He's been raking against right-handed pitchers. He's got an 889 OPS against righties right now, and you got to go all the way back to March 31st, the last time this dude didn't have a hit in a game. He's only got 2 games this year where he doesn't have a hit, and so he's one of the more sure things at the plate this year. If I'm going to kickstart it the right way and try to start 1 for 1, I'm going with my guy Willie Contreras.
All right,
that
sweet.
was my reasoning for Brandon Nimmo yesterday, by the way, was that he had only not had a hit twice this year, and then he went 0 for 5. So Godspeed, Cordell.
I am kind of also going against logic a little bit because he hasn't been great against Gausman in his career. I think he's 0 for 6 against Kevin Gausman in his career. Small sample size, but I'm kind of hoping he's due tonight.
All right, Cordell's going with William Contreras. Monty, pressure's on. Can you go 5 for 5 here to start off the season? Who are you rocking with?
The second best hitter in Major League Baseball, Aaron Judge. Sorry, Pat. He's got an elite rating against Reed Detmers tonight, the lefty, plus matchup for all the key categories I look at, WOBA, ISO, hard contact. In over 300 games with an elite rating, he's getting a hit 68% of the time, so I think that's a trend we can trust. He's hitting 346 at home this season and 333 against lefties. And Detmer gives up a lot of fly balls, so I wouldn't be surprised if Judge goes ding-dong again tonight. So give me Judge to get a hit.
Ooh, after he had 2 last night, Monty's going all rise, even though he called him the second best hitter on the planet. Get real. All right, there you go. When we come back, we'll talk with our Odyssey Sports NBA insider, Nick Friel, here on BetMGM tonight.
So it's certainly possible that Alex Ovechkin returns for another year. My guess is that he's done, and I can be wrong about that. If he is done, and if that's it for the great Alex Ovechkin, this is unquestionably one of the 10 greatest hockey players of all time. And the debate is just, where does he fall on that lofty list? Won the Stanley Cup in 2018 when the Capitals beat the Vegas Golden Knights, and slayed the Dragon on the way there in the Eastern Conference semis, beating the Pittsburgh Penguins after the Penguins had tortured the Capitals for years prior to that, including the Penguins winning back-to-back championships prior to the Capitals winning. And they won it on an Ovechkin brilliant pass to Evgeny Kuznetsov, who beat Matt Murray in overtime to send the Pittsburgh Penguins home and the Capitals on to the Eastern Conference Final. And Ovechkin won the Conn Smythe that year as the best playoff performer. 3-time winner of the Hart Trophy as the league's most valuable player. Rookie of the Year, the Calder Trophy in his first season. Unquestionably, again, one of the 10 greatest players of all time. You know me and how I like to think about sports. And the historical perspective that I like to place things in. So if Ovechkin is going to retire, and this is going to be it. And again, like if and when it actually happens, we'll do more on it. But we've already framed it one way, right? He's one of the 10 greatest players ever. The greatest goal scorer in the history of hockey. It's just, again, where does he fall in that top 10?
Denver's got a little bit of concern there. It's been a historically tough matchup for them. Wolves won the last one. I'm heavy on Denver here. I'm probably going to be on Denver -1.5, -2.5 on series spread, which seems aggressive. And I don't want to disrespect the Wolves because they're a really good team that made the Western Conference Finals twice in a row. The problem is the Wolves built a roster to beat the Nuggets, Tim Connelly, his old team. He built that team in 2024 to beat that version of Denver with KCP and that construction. But Denver's a much different team 2 years later. And the biggest thing is that they have so much shooting now. Cam Johnson, Tim Hardaway Jr., Aaron Gordon in particular. When Aaron couldn't shoot, the Wolves were able to leave him completely open and be like, we're just going to jam the paint and leave Aaron Gordon open. But Aaron's a 40% three-point shooter now. There's not a good solve there. So now you've got this problem where the Wolves are going to have to play kind of one-on-one with Jokic, or they're going to have to send the double. And that compromises their entire scheme if they have to start doubling. And the Nuggets have the shooters to make them pay. Versus Denver, I think, does have the defensive capability, as bad as their defense is versus bad teams. When it's good, it's pretty good. They will blitz Ant a lot, and he hates it. He really hates getting double teamed. And they're going to do that pretty consistently and make other guys beat them. And I don't know that they have the personnel. The Naz Reid minutes are going to be big in that series, but I lean a lot towards Denver there.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and Cordell Woodland is filling in for Brad Evans tonight. And we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 starts now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. You can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. All right, let's go to the guest line here, and let's talk to our guy, Nick Friedel. On the line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. NBA play-in tournament starts tonight. Hornets and the Heat tipping off in about 30 minutes. Cordell is a big Heat fan, so I can imagine he's on the edge of his seat. And then we've got the Blazers and the Suns coming up tonight. 2 more games tomorrow. So, Nick, how you doing, brother? You obviously you cover the league as a whole, but you very closely follow the Golden State Warriors. So I'll ask you about them in a second, but I assume you are already in sunny Los Angeles. And how are the vibes?
The vibes are always great in LA, Pat, especially when it's 65 and sunny every damn day. The Warriors, at least, are feeling great because they've been out here a while, but I think everybody's excited to play in games that matter. And in a year where the NBA was overwhelmed with tanking and how many guys are actually playing and load management, it's nice to start talking about games that really have something meaningful to them.
I can feel just months of stress and frustration with, the year that the league has had oozing out of you as you give that answer. So, look, and even better, Steph Curry is back. He's been back for a couple of games here, but like you said, now the games matter. Season's on the line, but Steph has looked pretty good in limited minutes. We know Jimmy Butler out for the season with that torn ACL from a few months ago. And the Dubs have sputtered down the stretch, kind of succumbing to the reality that they were going to be a play-in team weeks ago. I think personally, and it would pain me to see this, but I think they have an excellent shot to win back-to-back games and get into the first round. But that would only serve up an excruciating matchup with the defending champion Thunder. A lot of question marks around the future of this team this summer. Do you think getting out of the play-in tournament changes anything, if there's anything to change? Or do you think next year likely sets up as the last for Jimmy Butler, maybe Steve Kerr, and maybe even Steph Curry for Golden State?
Pat, I don't think anything that happens in the next week for the Warriors changes much at all. They are so competitive, and the standard is so high for this team for so many years that they want to win. I mean, that's why Steph came back. Steph, there are lots of people in that Warriors fan base that are sitting there going, why is Steph coming back? For a handful of games and a play-in game and potentially to get into the first round where they play the Thunder. I mean, the guy's a competitor and he wants to play in games that matter. He's 38. He knows he doesn't have a lot of time left no matter what happens here. But as far as the Warriors go as a whole, they can go get into the postseason. They can go play OKC and maybe give them a scare in a game or two. They just don't have enough talent. And to your point, not only about now, but next year, I know there's a lot of people around the league that are looking for them to make some kind of move or a splash in the summer. The reality is they got Jimmy Butler, who's scheduled to make $57 million next year, and Moses Moody, who's at 12, 14 million. That is about $70 million of talented guys who are not going to play for at least probably half of next year. So no matter what you think of the Warriors, even if they were to add another big piece, they are not going to be nearly the team that we're used to seeing to start next season.
Well, Nick, the play-in tournament has become something that the NBA loves to lean on. It gives people extra games, and it feels like we're seeing a lot of the same teams kind of in the play-in tournament year in and year out at this point. And they typically don't go very far once they do get into the postseason. But is there a team in the play-in tournament right now that you feel like could be a tough out if they do get into the actual playoffs?
Cordell, the answer for me is no, because I don't see a Jimmy Butler Heat run coming for anybody. Group. I think the play-in, it was well-intentioned when it started. I think it's outlived its usefulness now, though. There's like a line of, Are we tanking or are we not tanking? And teams barely won't even be in the play-in at this point because they know what it would take to get from playing to playing for a title. And that was such a fluke, it feels like, with that Miami group that was so tough-minded, but they had Jimmy and they had Bam to lean on with the direction of Spoelstra. Having said that, if I were trying to figure out one of these teams that could make a push, I like Charlotte. Young, Conca Nipples had a hell of a year. They're interesting, but no, I don't think there's any one of these teams that we're going to see over the next couple nights that makes you really think not only can they get out of the play-in, but they can give somebody a push in the first round and maybe win.
We're talking to our Odyssey Sports NBA insider, Nick Friedel, here on BetMGM tonight. You know, Nick, we talked about it last week, said it had to be done, and the Bucks have now since fired Doc Rivers. Next step in the plan for me is to trade Giannis this summer, get as much draft capital back as possible, and start the rebuilding process. But, you know, Milwaukee, they've constantly held out hope that Giannis will want to remain a Buck for the rest of his career. So do you view the firing of Doc Rivers as the first step in maybe placating Giannis in hopes that whatever the Greek wants will help keep him in Milwaukee? Or do you think Doc's dismissal was happening no matter what, and now it's just wait and see until the summer to see who could come knocking down Milwaukee's door with the best offer? I know how the playoffs unfold will be a massive determining factor, but what do you think is the ultimate result this summer for Giannis?
Pat, Doc was going out no matter what. First of all, that thing was a mess. So he was out. And I don't think it changed anything with Giannis. I think there's a full expectation that we can have this conversation for weeks and weeks leading into the summer. I'd be shocked at this point if Giannis is back in Milwaukee next year. It feels like the writing has been on the wall for a while. The divorce just needs to be finalized. Just do it. It does feel like Giannis doesn't want to be the bad guy in all this. He said all along for so many years, I only want to play in Milwaukee. And look, he's human. Things change. But the reality is they need to make that deal sooner than later. That is not a good team. They are not close to being that much better. Even if they kept him and added another piece or two, they are a long way away. They made a lot of different poor decisions front office-wise. And I think he's going elsewhere very soon once they get all the offers in from all the other teams. And we know there are going to be a ton of them once that market fully opens up.
Nick, I feel like there's a rite of passage in the NBA when you get to the postseason. When you're a young team that has a great regular season, you have to lose in the postseason before you reach the promised land. We saw it with Denver. We saw it with the Warriors back in the day. We've seen it with OKC recently as well. Even the Celtics weren't above that same issue. But when you look at it now, you look at the Spurs, they're so well put together. They play so well together. Wemby could honestly win every award that they have on the table for him right now. Do you feel like the Spurs could be that team that maybe is the exception to where maybe they don't have to fail in the second round or the Western Conference Finals before they ultimately get to the finals?
Cordell, I want to believe in Wemby because I think he's that talented and he's that special a player. But history tells us it is so unbelievably rare for any young guy who has not had that experience that you mentioned to get all the way through. And on top of the fact that I think OKC is going to repeat as a title winner, I just don't think San Antonio has enough to really push them all the way right now. Wemby is a hell of a talent. He's going to win MVPs, Defensive Player of the Years for years and years and years. I mean, when you hear his peers talk about what they say about him, that's when you know this is a really special dude. But when you're trying to put a team of young guys who haven't been through that playoff pressure and you expect them to get all the way through several rounds in the postseason having not done it before, I wouldn't put my money there because I just don't believe that any team can go through all of those things without getting those losses and that experience that makes any team more difficult through the years.
We're talking to Nick Friedel here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Cordell Woodland is filling in for Brad Evans tonight. And Insider Calls are brought to you by Hyundai and by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it makes every day epic at HyundaiUSA.com. Nick is our Odyssey Sports NBA insider. Nick, let's look at some of the first-round matchups that are already locked in here. The 3 versus 6 matchups, super tricky for both higher seeds. My New York Knicks, of course, they draw a red-hot Hawks squad that can't be happier they traded away that loser, Trae Young. They finished the season 19-5 with Jalen Johnson taking over as the star. Meanwhile, the Nuggets won 12 in a row to end the season. They're finally healthy, but Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves have been to the conference finals in back-to-back years. They will not be an easy out. In your opinion, which 3 seed, the Knicks or the Nuggets, are in bigger danger of being sent home in the first round?
I would say the Nuggets, because I don't believe that Atlanta can take its regular season success and carry it over all the way through the playoffs. In a lot of ways, guys, it ties into what we were just talking about with the Spurs. Atlanta's had a hell of a year, and they have closed unbelievably well without Trae Young, but they've never really done anything with this group in the season. The Knicks still have Jalen Brunson, and they still have a more veteran-laden team. That Denver series is going to be very difficult. I think Minnesota, with the experience that they have had, can give anybody a. But Pat, we've been talking about it for weeks. If there's a guy I trust in the biggest of games, as great as SGA is, it's Jokic. Jokic is that type of difference maker that can carry a team in a series and make it all happen. So both of those series are going to be for New York and for Denver. But I don't see either one of those teams, being Minnesota or Atlanta, being able to give you enough to win 4 games.
Nick, the Cavs, I feel like this version of the Cavs, I should say, I feel like they're known for having these strong regular seasons and then kind of falling on their face once they get into the postseason. Usually it's because of injuries. I know that was mainly the case last year, but it's always something. And this year they matched up against Toronto. I actually like Toronto, how they match up against them. Toronto swept them throughout the regular season, although those games were before the new year even occurred. But who do you give the edge to in this matchup between the Cavs and the Raptors?
Cordell, I don't trust the Cavs at all. I don't trust James Harden in the big spots in the postseason. The stories we know because they've been shown for year after year after year. Cleveland has really good regular seasons, and then for a variety of different reasons, they kind of fall by the wayside. When you bring in Harden, he is a hell of a player. He's going to the Hall of Fame. He can still score at a very high level. The biggest problem I see is you can't count on the consistency night to night. He may go drop 40 on somebody, and then the next night he has 6, and you go, oh, what the hell happened here? So I think Toronto can be right in there. I just don't know in a first-round series if they have the firepower that they're going to need. In the first round, I would probably still lean on Cleveland, even though I'm not buying them at all moving forward. But that is not a series I'm looking at going, can either of these teams actually get through the East?
Talking to our guy, Nick Friedel, our Odyssey Sports NBA insider here for another 2-3 minutes or so on BetMGM tonight. Finally, Nick, what's the latest on Luka Doncic and even Austin Reeves and the Lakers? They hung on to get the 4 seed. They're getting set to play the Rockets in the first round. Luka's been out for the last few weeks with the grade 2 hamstring strain, then went to Spain to get some advanced stem cell therapy treatment to try and make it back for this postseason. Austin Reeves out with a grade 2 oblique strain. What are you hearing on those 2 guys? I think J.J. Redick did actually speak about an hour ago. But what are you hearing? And do you think we'll get any kind of expected return date for either of them? Because I think it's nearly impossible for them to beat Houston without those 2 guys.
Pat, all I can tell you anecdotally is I've been in LA for a few days now, and I've talked to people who cover the Lakers. I've talked to people who have been around that day by day, and they all give me the same answer, which is, I don't know. So it goes to what you're saying. Let's put it this way. If either one of those guys reappeared here in the short term, it would be a big surprise. I know there's always hype around the Lakers. It's LeBron. We know what they mean to the league. I just don't see, as much as Houston has been up and down, the Lakers in this depleted version without Reeves, without Luka, being able to get where they need to go in this series. As we sit here right now, though, if we saw either one of those guys, at least in the next week or so, or at all, I would be shocked. I think that the Lakers are going to have to make do with what they have. LeBron is going to have to try and put the Superman cape on one more time. Can he do it? I think he can do it for a game or two. I just don't know if he can do it for a 2-week, big-time 7-game series. So I think Houston gets through, and I don't think LeBron is going to have either of those two guys to lean on.
And that might be it for LeBron as a Laker. We know he's going to be a free agent at the end of this season, really for the first time in, his entire career since he went to the Miami Heat. So, look, if nothing else, at least he doesn't have to share the spotlight with Luka and Austin Reeves. He can try to do it all himself, and he can go out the lone superstar of this team standing when they probably get beat in 5 or 6 games. But, Nick, as it pertains to the Warriors, I got a feeling we'll be talking to you about a Warriors Thunder first round series next week, but if not, then you can focus on the rest of the playoffs. And either way, we cannot wait to catch up with you next week, brother. Enjoy the game tomorrow night.
Pat, if that's the case, then I'll be with y'all next week in like a cowboy hat and all kinds of different clothes because I only packed for a few days. So if they actually keep going, I'm going to need to go to the store and re-up everything because I am not expecting that. But if I've learned anything through the years, if you have Steph, you always have a chance. So who knows?
There you go. All right, Nick. Appreciate it, man. Have a good one.
You guys.
Thanks, Nick.
There you go. That was Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. All right, Cordell, the moment you've been waiting for is coming up next. We're going to break down Heat versus Hornets, maybe give out a prediction or so, but tip-off is about 20 minutes away. So we're going to talk this Eastern Conference 9 versus 10 seed play-in game. Season on the line for Charlotte and Miami. We'll talk about it when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. He's Cordell Woodland, filling in for Brad Evans, and this is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
I hate the fact that the Pittsburgh Steelers are banking on like the halcyon days of the Green Bay Packers with Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers taking them back to prominence. Like, Art Rooney spoke at the league meetings in Phoenix a couple weeks ago and said they think Aaron Rodgers will make his decision before the draft. It's 9 days away. It's 9 days away. What if he retires? Are they going to draft Ty Simpson 21st overall? Is Will Howard going to be the quarterback to start next? Like, what are they doing? When is this decision going to be made? Do you think the Steelers know that he's coming back and it hasn't been announced publicly with the way Aaron Rodgers loves, no matter what he says? Like, you could be like, oh, I hate the public eye. And, oh, I want to live this quiet life. Prove it. Prove it. Prove it. 9 days out. We don't know if he's coming back or not. Okay. Yeah. The Pittsburgh Steelers. A legacy NFL franchise. One of the bluest of all the blue blood NFL teams. This is not the New York Jets. And I actually mean that not disrespectfully to the Jets, although it is a disrespectful thing to say, and I acknowledge it. And at least when Rodgers was doing this in Green Bay, he was doing it at like the height of his powers, winning MVPs, going to the postseason. And I know the Steelers went to the playoffs last year. I get it. They had no business making it, and they got destroyed by the Texans in round 1. And Mike Tomlin was the coach of that team. Now, here's Mike McCarthy, And we're begging Aaron Rodgers to come back. 9 days away. They don't know if he's coming back or not. 9 days away. The draft is in Pittsburgh. Is it possible that, like, this afternoon, he's like, yeah, I'm coming back? Of course. Could it happen at some point before the draft? Yes. Of course. But, like, no one thinks that there's a problem with this. Everyone just thinks this is normal, that the Steelers are trying to recreate a Packers team that was struggling a decade ago. I'm over it. I think this is insane what's going on with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Wanted to make sure we reserved a little time to give flowers to 3-time Stanley Cup champion goalie Jonathan Quick, who last night backstopped the Rangers to a win in a meaningless regular season game for the Rangers. But Jonathan Quick at age 40 is done in the National Hockey League. Won a Stanley Cup a couple years ago when Vegas won, was the backup goalie for Las Vegas. But really, when we think about Jonathan Quick, we will remember him when he starred for the LA Kings. 2 Stanley Cup champions in 2012 when they beat the Devils, in 2014 when they beat my Rangers. Quick won the Conn Smythe in 2012 when the Kings were an 8 seed and went all the way to win the Stanley Cup. And obviously all those great playoff duels with the Chicago Blackhawks, when the Blackhawks won 3 cups on that run and the Kings won 2. Felt like those were the 2 best teams every year for a number of years last decade in the NHL. Jonathan Quick is one of the best goalies ever. Now, does he fall short of like let's call it, the Martin Brodeur, Dominic Hasek, Patrick Waugh category? Like, probably. But he's in that next tier. This is an all-time great that is choosing to step away. And I think that we need to, as sports fans, celebrate what a career it was for the great Jonathan Quick.
Games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome back in. BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's Cordell Woodland filling in for Brad Evans tonight. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You can call in and you can text in as well. Huge shout out to our Odyssey Sports NBA insider, Nick Friedel, for joining us like he does every week. And like Nick said, Cordell, we're no longer waiting around to see who's tanking and who's going to be in and what seeds. We're here, man. Playoffs are here. It starts with the play-in tournament tonight. And this segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. And it starts with the 9 versus 10 game in the Eastern Conference. The upstart Charlotte Hornets, who were 16-28 at one point this season, looking like they were headed for another lost year. And then they've been one of the best teams in the NBA since that point, finishing the regular season with one of the best 6 records in the entire league. And now they take on your Miami Heat. You're a Heat fan. You're used to the play-in tournament. And so I guess before we just get into this game, what are the vibes for you as a Heat fan? What's the confidence level for this game tonight, knowing that just like last year, you got to win 2 games just to get into the playoffs?
Yeah, not feeling great about it. To be honest with you. I think pretty highly of this Charlotte Hornets team, not in the grand scheme of them coming out of the East or anything like that. But for where they are, like you said, it looked like it was going to be the same old for the Hornets this year, the way that their year started, and they turned it around. I mean, Knipple looking like maybe the best, one of the best. Can't say the best because Cooper Flag exists, but one of the best rookies in the NBA this year. Definitely the best shooter, the shooting rookie shooter in the NBA this year, and I just think LaMelo Ball really matured as the year went on. I think he's really understood the value in making others around him better. And he found a way to do that while still be himself. I saw the highlight the other night, typical LaMelo Ball. Looks like he's going to take a fast break layup, and then he pulls out and shoots the corner three and hits it. I mean, he has a very unique style of play. He always has. And I like just how comfortable he looks with this Hornets group right now. Very young team. Brandon Miller out there doing really good things for them as well. So I like this Hornets team as a unit. I think they're going to be tough to stop. And Miami has always prided themselves on the defensive end, especially when you get into the postseason. You look at why Miami has had postseason success recently. Sure, you could talk about Jimmy Butler going into playoff Jimmy mode and playing out of his mind, but their team defense has always been the nucleus of why they are successful in April and beyond. I just don't feel as great about their defense anymore. I really don't. I don't think that they're going to be able to slow down this Hornets team, especially if they allow Charlotte to get up and down the court and run and make this an up-tempo game. I don't think Miami's going to be able to hang with them. Now, I am curious to see what Miami's offensive game plan is in this game. Are they going to lean heavily on Bam Adebayo, or are they going to allow this to be a typical Miami game? And what I mean by that is they like to spread the ball around. It could be anybody's game on any given night. It could be a Norman Powell game, could be a Bam game, could be a Hero. But I think the playoffs is the time where you lean on your best players. And people may feel a way about Bam going to get 83 or whatever it is that he got. Bam can shut a lot of those people up by actually putting up big numbers in a meaningful game right now. So I'm looking for Bam to lead the charge tonight. I'm looking for him to go out there and borderline get a triple-double tonight. Definitely double-digit rebounds. He has to own the glass tonight. He has to be that rim protector. He has to make life difficult for LaMelo Ball, whoever's going to do a lot of the driving and kicking out. I need Bam to keep that ball out of the paint. But I also need him to be the guy that when they need a bucket, they're throwing it in the post. They're going to him. Some of the pick and pop game, his jumper has gotten much better over the course of his career. And then you open up the door for the Tyler Heroes, for the Norman Powells to come in and help add on to that as well. But I don't feel good about Miami's chances tonight. I see they're now a 6.5 point underdog. That number's going the wrong way if you're a Heat fan. Earlier I saw it at 5.5. So yeah, I mean, I don't feel great about their chances tonight. The only chance I do give them is their playoff experience. I'll always bet on Spo. I still think Spo is a heck of a coach. I will bet on him. He knows how to put together the right game plans this time of the year. I'm leaning on the experience for Miami to come through for them against the Hornets because, honestly, I think the Hornets are the better team.
I think they are the better team as well. But like you said, man, do you want to bet against Eric Spoelstra? Do you want to bet against Spo? Because not only have they had the playoff experience, right? They went to the finals in the bubble, went to the finals then a couple of years before. They've had the play-in tournament success as well. Mm-hmm. 3 straight years for the Miami Heat. So far, they are the only team in the short play-in tournament history to get out of the play-in tournament and go all the way to the finals. They did that a couple of years ago as the 8th seed. What a miraculous run that was for Miami. And the last 2 years, having to then either lose the first game and come back and win the second, or having, like last year, to win both games. And they've done that. They've gotten out of the play-in tournament 3 straight years. Now, the last 2 years weren't so kind when they did do that, because then they got crushed by Boston, and then last year they got swept in the first round by Cleveland. And, I mean, look, Detroit, we'll see. I think actually Miami maybe could make a little bit of that series with the Pistons because I'm not a big believer in Detroit. But obviously, you have to win this game tonight, and then you're going to have to beat the loser of the Magic and the Sixers game on Friday. I just think, like you said, this is a different Miami Heat team than in years past. They normally don't play very fast. This year, they have. They play at the fastest pace in the NBA. They are the fastest tempo team in the NBA, which is quite a crazy shift in their identity and their dynamics, right? You think of the Miami Heat, and you think of Jimmy Butler being on that team a couple years ago. Very slow, half-court team, set up their defense, crash the glass, always looking for the twos, always looking to get to the free throw line. This year, they've had to pivot, and so it's been run, get in transition, play fast, shoot a ton of threes. And the Hornets, they're the opposite. They're like the Heat are kind of staring at themselves in the mirror, like going back 5 years, whereas the Hornets, they've been one of the slowest teams in the NBA. They play a slow pace, but they also shoot a ton of threes, which Miami has had a lot of trouble defending, and Miami's had a lot of trouble making their own threes. So this is a really interesting clash here in identities for both of these teams. But the prevailing thing is the experience. And I've said it for weeks now, Cordell. I've adopted the Hornets as my little stepbrother. I'm a diehard Knicks fan, but I love what Charlotte has become. I love Con Knippel. LaMelo Ball playing more mature. In some points, I do remember seeing that play live that you mentioned the other day where he passed up a layup to go out and shoot a three. He actually does that quite a bit. But that look, they're playing the math, right? Three's worth more than two. The Hornets have adopted this modern-day NBA analytical approach, and the Heat have as well in some regard in the way that they want to play super fast and speed you up. And so I think this game's going to be scrappy. I think it's going to be fast-paced. I know we think of NBA playoff games and we just think all of a sudden, oh, well, less points, more defense, more intensity. I think there will be more intensity in this game, but I think it'll be in the product of the game will be super fast. These teams will be running up and down the floor trying to tire each other out, like you said, and that's not necessarily Charlotte's game, but I think Miami, with their experience, will be able to speed them up. And look, I really do want the Hornets to win because as a Knicks fan, I hate the Miami Heat. I hate Heat culture. I'm sorry. I know you hate Knicks fans. Probably you hate me and you hate the New York Knicks just as much. But I do, in the back of my mind, I am very scared for the Hornets and for Hornets fans that Bam Adebayo with all his experience and Tyler Hero with his experience. And look, you mentioned Norman Powell and Andrew Wiggins. These guys aren't spring chickens to the playoff games. They know what it takes to win a game like this. And the way that Charlotte performed just a couple of days ago, where they still mathematically had a chance to get into the top 6 if they beat the Detroit Pistons, who had nothing to play for, right? They already locked up the 1 seed. Game was in Charlotte, and the Hornets scored 10 points in the fourth quarter, and they melted down when they really needed some buckets. Now their season's on the line. I worry about fourth quarter if this game is close, the shot-making ability of a very young, very inexperienced Hornets team. So I think they have to get out to a big lead early because if this game's close late, Cordell, I think your Miami Heat, I think Heat culture is going to reign dominant again. And it would piss me off, but I got a bad feeling in the back of my head. That's what might be coming down the tracks.
Yeah, I mean, and it wouldn't surprise me. I totally agree. If the game is close, I give the edge to Miami. And I think Davion Mitchell is going to be, probably one of the big keys to this game. You talk about Miami moving up and down the court these days, in large part is because of him. He's usually the fastest guy on the court. And when he gets the ball, he only knows how to go 100 miles per hour. But on the flip side, he also is a big reason as to if the Heat are stacking up forced turnovers, is usually coming from him because he's a pest on the ball, and he's going to have the charge of, I would imagine Spo is going to have some sort of plan. Miami is not above shifting into a zone out of nowhere. But individually, it wouldn't shock me if they put a couple of different guys on LaMelo Ball just to give him different looks. But I would imagine Davion Mitchell is going to be a part of the group of guys that gets put on him, probably Wiggins and probably Norman Powell as well, just to put these longer, rangier guys on him. Wiggins has kind of had to make a living off of guarding the best offensive guy on the other team in the playoffs throughout his career anyway. So that's right up his alley. But Davion Mitchell, he when he's at his best, he's a pest for the opposing team's ball handler. So forcing the Hornets into some turnovers and scoring off of those turnovers will be key. And I do agree with you. The 3 points, the 3-pointer has just been a bugaboo for Miami, whether it's defending it or scoring it. They just haven't been able to do either thing consistently. And that 3-ball, it can kill you. We've seen that in the NBA. So I am curious to see what's the give and take is like in this game tonight. I'd love to see Miami kind of play inside out. Like I said, get Bam going early, get them to the free throw line, get them into some foul trouble, and get them into just have them be uncomfortable to start this game. They're going to be at home. You know, the crowd is going to be going crazy out there because they haven't tasted postseason basketball in Charlotte in forever. So take them out of the crowd early. Don't allow this young group to feed off of that energy. And that's where the experience comes into play. But I am curious to see what Miami does, especially if plan A defensively doesn't work for them right out of the gate.
I think I agree with you 100%. You got to rely on Bam Adebayo. Now, funny enough, they played each other 4 times in the regular season. Bam missed 2 of those 4 games, but in the 2 games he played, Miami routed Charlotte, and it was early on, much different Hornets team, but then they played him again just a couple of weeks ago, and they won that game as well. In the 2 games that Bam Adebayo has played against the Hornets, the Heat are plus 22 when he is on the floor, and they have a defensive rating that would rank right among the top in the NBA. So he is the difference maker, right? Because look, I've seen Tyler Hero in some big games come up with some huge threes. I've also seen Tyler Hero in some big games go 1 for 10 from deep and shoot this team out of a game. So I think the X factor, I think the most important player on the floor tonight in this contest is the guy that has made a couple of trips to the NBA Finals, has just about as much playoff experience as anybody else on the floor and in the sport right now, and that is Bam Adebayo. I think, like you said, maybe a triple-double, right? If Charlotte starts double-teaming him and he's just racking up assists and they're hitting threes. But I think at the bare minimum, you need 25 points and 12 rebounds from Bam Adebayo to have a chance in this game if you're the Miami Heat. And for the Charlotte Hornets, I don't know if it's one guy that you would rely on, right? Because like we've said, LaMelo Ball, he's the best player arguably on this team, but he is also probably the most inconsistent. His maturity this year, it's taken a big step up, but it kind of wavers. And so, Miami, like I said, they want Charlotte to play fast. Hornets would rather play this game at a slower pace. If they get LaMelo Ball sped up and he's going a million miles a minute, that might not be the best thing for Charlotte. And I don't think you need LaMelo Ball to drop 13 assists and score 30 points to win this game. You need a balanced approach. You need Con Knippel, who has struggled to shoot the 3-ball lately, surprisingly, despite the legendary season he's having, breaking the NBA rookie 3-point record for threes in a season. You need him to hit 3 or 4. You don't need him to hit 8, right? You need Brandon Miller to get you 20 points. You don't need him to get you 40. You need Miles Bridges to bring his defensive intensity and score 15 points or so. And you need Moussa Diabate, their center. You need him to stay out of foul trouble because he is tasked with guarding Adebayo. And if he gets 2 fouls early and he's off the floor, they don't have a lot of depth coming off the bench. All right, Ryan Kalkbrenner is their backup center, the kid from Creighton. He's only in his second year in the NBA, or his rookie year in the NBA. He is going to get terrorized if he has to play significant minutes in this game. So it's got to be balanced from Charlotte. Miami, obviously you'd like it to be balanced, but you and I agree, Bam Adebayo has to have a monster game if the Heat are going to win. So I'll ask you here, prediction time, Cordell, do the Heat win?
I'm so indifferent right now. I'm 51-49 that Miami does pull this out. I do believe in Spo. I do believe that their experience playing in the play-in, understanding not only what it takes to win a play-in game, but to also win a play-in game and keep going. I don't think that they're approaching this as let's just win this game and, get out of here or make it into the postseason and get swept in the first round. I think that their history gives them the opportunity to really dream big. And they do have a talented roster. It is seasoned, and it can be inconsistent at times, but I still think Spo is one of the top coaches in all of basketball. And I think when you get into the postseason, coaching really matters. When you lock in on the game plan for that particular matchup, and then the focus is strictly on that one team. And this isn't a series, but this is still win or go home. I'm putting my money on Coach Spo to put together the best game plan possibly. So I'm going to give it to the Heat tonight. Hopefully they don't let me down, but I don't think it's going to be easy. I do think the Hornets are going to fight because this is a team that, and maybe in their mind, is playing with house money. I think they've overachieved. A lot of people don't really care whether the Hornets win or lose, but here they are in the play-in tournament. They actually had a pretty solid season despite not finishing strong. I do think Miami's going to be in for a fight, but I think they'll be ready for it.
Well, 2 NBA championships and 830 career wins. That is the third most among active NBA head coaches. We'll see if Eric Spoelstra can pull off another masterpiece tonight for the Miami Heat to keep their playoff hopes alive. They're about to tip it off. We'll keep you posted all throughout the show on that game. We come back, we'll get you an early baseball scoreboard update as well, and we'll get to your phone calls and your texts at 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. He's Cordell Woodland, filling in for Brad Evans. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
If we get to next Thursday night, don't be surprised when and if, and I have zero inside information, not yet. I'm hoping to get some in the next week, in the next 9 days. I'll tell you the guy that's perfect for Detroit. Ruben Bain. Ruben Bain is the perfect Detroit Lion. With the violence that he brings on the edge, setting the edge, the way he defends the run would be an unbelievable compliment to Aiden Hutchinson on this defensive line. A trade up for Ruben Bain, I think, makes all the sense in the world. If Arvell Reese slips a little bit in the draft, and it seems to be consensus now that the Jets will go David Bailey second overall, we could get to the Arizona Cardinals, who pick third overall at some point during the show here. Could the Lions make a trade up for Arvell Reese? Will the Lions potentially wait until they're on the clock at 17 and take the best offensive lineman available and seek to find an edge elsewhere in the draft? I do think the Detroit Lions loom as a major wild card in this draft. They can't sit on their hands. I think the board either falls to them exactly the way they want it, or they've got to make a move. This window for Detroit to compete for a Super Bowl, I don't want to say it's closed, because it's not. Is it ajar? Are we getting there to it being closed? Huge NFL draft coming up for the Lions. And I would love, if Ruben Bain's going to slip, F them picks, go try and win it now, go up and get Ruben Bain if you are the Detroit Lions. At the Ravens, Chargers, Broncos, Chiefs, and Bills will all be better, in my estimation, this year than they were last year. Then the Patriots need to take a big swing. And that swing is undoubtedly A.J. Brown. And I'll just say it. If they don't take the swing and We can discuss at a later date what that would mean for the Eagles if they keep A.J. Brown, which I think would be a disaster for the Eagles. If the Patriots don't trade for A.J. Brown, don't reunite him with Mike Vrabel, and don't give Drake May that legitimate 1A alpha superstar, A-level alien receiver in that offense, there's no way in the world I would ever bet the Patriots to make it back to the Super Bowl. I wouldn't even bet them to win the AFC East. That's Buffalo's division. Now you give New England A.J. Brown, we can have that conversation. Who wins the AFC East? A lot's riding on this. The Patriots can't afford to screw around. Yes, they say they're going to leave the door open. I actually think that's not enough. Go get a wrecking ball. And Miley Cyrus can sing this part instead of Bruno Mars. And use that wrecking ball to smash the bleep out of the entire front of the house. It shouldn't just be the door that's open. You should be able to see the whole damn inside of the house. That's what it should be for the New England Patriots.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's Cordell Woodland filling in for Brad Evans. Brad on vacation all week. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Well, Cordell, I expected a lot of points, and so far, both these teams coming out of the gate shooting the lights out here. Heat lead the Hornets 11-10 in the first play-in tournament game here. The 9 versus the 10. Loser goes home. Winner would then have to win again on Friday. Only 3 minutes into it, and so far the Heat, they're 5 of 7 from the field. The Hornets are 4 of 6. LaMelo Ball's off to a hot start. He's got 7 points, already drained a couple of shots. And Davion Mitchell, you mentioned him, not only playing good defense, but he's got 4 points to lead the way for Miami. Tyler Hero is following Con Knippel, the leading three-point shooter in the NBA this year, everywhere he goes. So Hero, not normally known as a great defender, but he might be just doing a whole lot of running around following Con Knippel everywhere he goes so far in this game. Just one other topic of conversation I wanted to get into around the Miami Heat. Cordell, you're a big Heat fan, so you've seen the highs and the lows and the lows of this franchise over the last 20 years, with LeBron bringing them 2 championships and then Jimmy getting them to 2 finals but losing both. In the last couple of years, being in the play-in tournament, they're here again. There's conversation, there's chatter about if it's possible, if it's remotely possible, that Eric Spoelstra, whether it's firing, whether it's parting of ways, whether Eric Spoelstra wants to leave. I mean, again, he's under an 8-year contract extension through 2032. He's one of the greatest coaches of this century. But at a certain point, you can't just keep doing the same thing and getting the same results and running it back. So I want to ask you, is there a possibility at the end of tonight, if the Heat lose this game, is there any possibility that Eric Spoelstra is no longer the head coach of the Miami Heat, or are you maybe even looking to a higher rung to see some change?
Yeah, it's kind of tough for me to envision Spo not being in Miami. I think a lot of Miami's issues are above him. And I'm not saying that Spo should be completely absolved of anything. His hands are dirty too, but he's cooking with the groceries that he's being given. And I think for a while, Miami has lacked certain qualities of their roster. They have needed another guard, another scoring guard, a prolific scoring guard, I should say, for quite some time now, and they haven't been able to get it. And I know people will look at Tyler Hero and say that maybe he fits some of that description, and he does to a degree. But Tyler Hero isn't what we're talking about here. A couple of years ago, Miami was all over Damian Lillard. They were trying to get him from the Portland Trailblazers, and it became such a big thing that the Heat were in on Lillard that, it almost, the questions of tampering came up, and our Miami and their representatives illegally talking to Damian Lillard and his representatives, to the point to where Portland ends up just throwing a curveball and shipping him to Milwaukee. And I think in large part due to spite Miami. I could be wrong, but that's my own theory. and I think Pat Riley has been the guy that a lot of Heat fans are looking at least me. I'll speak for myself. I'm looking at Pat. If Pat is unable to get either a Giannis or at least a Ja Morant this offseason, I think it's time for Pat Riley to go. It's been swept under the rug that he essentially is the one that ran LeBron out of Miami. It's been swept under the rug the fact that he has not been able to go and get any of the big name players that the Heat have been attached to over the years, because he's lowballing these teams on all these offers. When you see some of these offers get put out, it's always Miami looking to get the most bang for their buck, and they're being very cheap in regards to trade capital. And you got to pay to play. And if you're going to go after the Damian Lillards, the Giannis's, the Kyrie Irvings of the world, the Ja Morants of the world, you're going to have to pay up. You're going to have to pay a premium price to get these guys. Nobody's just dumping these guys in South Beach for little to nothing for Tyler Hero and a bunch of scraps. They're not doing it. So I think Pat's going to have a real look in the mirror this offseason, and really figure out what he's willing to do to get Miami back to being a contender. Because the way he's gone about it, this my way or the highway situation, it doesn't work anymore. You can't just, rub your championship rings up against somebody's shoulder anymore and expect that they want to come to South Beach. That's not what's working with these guys. It worked back with Braun. It doesn't work today. So I think Pat needs to really, go back to the drawing board and figure out how he really wants to build this roster. And look, I actually think Miami has a lot of talent, and they have pieces that they can move away. It's just about Pat being willing to pay that toll. And until he is, they're going to continue to miss out on all these big name guys that continue to change jerseys year in and year out. But before Spo goes, I would like to see Pat go. I don't think Spo all of a sudden can't coach. Spo, to me, is still a top 3 coach in the NBA. I think Pat Riley is the guy who has been trending backwards over the years. You don't see Miami being able to go and get the big fish that Pat used to be able to get. He's got to find a new recruiting tactic, because his old one is played out.
I mean, he said last year 80 is the new 60. He had no plans or no intentions of retiring. So, look, I think if you're Heat ownership, I think there's got to be an ultimatum here this summer. You do whatever it takes. We don't care if it might be perceived as an overpay. You bring Giannis to South Beach. Otherwise, you're gone, right? It's time for the Godfather to move on. If he can't get the Greek Freak to come to South Beach, because that's what this summer is about for the Heat, in my opinion. We don't really have high hopes. Even if they get out of the play-in tournament and they play Detroit, I said maybe they could make it a series, but likelihood is it'll be another first-round exit at best for Miami. They got to go and get Giannis this summer and do whatever it takes to get him. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll talk some NFL draft. We're 9 days away. The biggest headlines, we'll attack them next here on BetMGM tonight.
So it's certainly possible that Alex Ovechkin returns for another year. My guess is that he's done, and I can be wrong about that. If he is done, and if that's it for the great Alex Ovechkin, this is unquestionably one of the 10 greatest hockey players of all time. And the debate is just, where does he fall on that lofty list? Won the Stanley Cup in 2018 when the Capitals beat the Vegas Golden Knights, and slayed the Dragon on the way there in the Eastern Conference semis, beating the Pittsburgh Penguins after the Penguins had tortured the Capitals for years prior to that, including the Penguins winning back-to-back championships prior to the Capitals winning. And they won it on an Ovechkin brilliant pass to Evgeny Kuznetsov, who beat Matt Murray in overtime to send the Pittsburgh Penguins home and the Capitals on to the Eastern Conference Final. And Ovechkin won the Conn Smythe that year as the best playoff performer. 3-time winner of the Hart Trophy as the league's most valuable player. Rookie of the Year, the Calder Trophy in his first season. Unquestionably, again, one of the 10 greatest players of all time. You know me and how I like to think about sports, and the historical perspective that I like to place things in. So if Ovechkin is going to retire, and this is going to be it, and again, like if and when it actually happens, we'll do more on it. But we've already framed it one way, right? He's one of the 10 greatest players ever. The greatest goal scorer in the history of hockey. It's just, again, where does he fall in that top 10?
Denver's got a little bit of concern there. It's been a historically tough matchup for them. Wolves won the last one. I'm heavy on Denver here. I'm probably going to be on Denver -1.5, -2.5 on series spread, which seems aggressive. And like, I don't want to disrespect the Wolves because they're a really good team that made the Western Conference Finals twice in a row. The problem is the Wolves built a roster to beat the Nuggets, Tim Connelly, his old team. He built that team in 2024 to beat that version of Denver with KCP and that construction. But Denver's a much different team 2 years later. And the biggest thing is that they have so much shooting now. Cam Johnson, Tim Hardaway Jr., Aaron Gordon in particular. When Aaron couldn't shoot, the Wolves were able to leave him completely open and be like, we're just going to jam the paint and leave Aaron Gordon open. But Aaron's a 40% three-point shooter now. There's not a good solve there. So now you've got this problem where the Wolves are going to have to play kind of one-on-one with Jokic, or they're going to have to send the double, and that compromises their entire scheme if they have to start doubling. And the Nuggets have the shooters to make them pay. Versus Denver, I think, does have the defensive capability, as bad as their defense is versus bad teams. When it's good, it's pretty good. They will blitz Ant a lot, and he hates it. He really hates getting double teamed. And they're going to do that pretty consistently and make other guys beat them. And I don't know that they have the personnel. The Naz Reid minutes are going to be big in that series, but I lean a lot towards Denver there.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hello! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. Hour number 3 starts now. I'm Pat Boyle, and here's Cordell Woodland filling in tonight for Brad Evans. And we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. Again, that's 310-840-4910. And if you do text in your question or your take, just let us know who you are and where you're from so that we can get your text message featured on the show. All right, quick update. The NBA play-in tournament and the playoffs have begun. 9 versus 10 seed game in the East. Loser season is done. Winner would then have to win again on Friday. And the Charlotte Hornets leading the Miami Heat 22-18 with 4 minutes left to go in the first quarter. So very early, but it's been back and forth. It's been a chaotic, frenetic pace so far. And the points were coming hot and heavy in the beginning. But now it looks like defense taking over at least for just a bit here for the time being. Cordell's a big Heat fan, so he's hoping that Heat culture will reign supreme. We just talked last segment. If the Miami Heat lose this game, after back-to-back first-round exits the last 2 years, despite getting into the playoffs, could this be the end of Eric Spoelstra, or would it more likely be maybe a forced retirement for Pat Riley, who said last year he had no intentions of retiring? This summer could be a big one on South Beach with the Giannis trade rumors not slowing down anytime soon. So if you want to join the show on any NBA playoff discussions or your opinions, again, you can join us at 310-840-4910. But Cordell, we're 9 days away from the draft, man. It is right around the corner here. And so, you cover the Orioles and you cover the Baltimore Ravens for 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. And so I guess, we'll start there. When you look at what the Baltimore Ravens either should do or what you think they will do with the 14th overall pick, not used to picking this early, what do you ultimately think is the plan, or what do you think should be the plan for Eric DeCosta and the Baltimore Ravens?
Yeah, I mean, look, the Ravens have a best player available philosophy when it comes to the first round. I strongly believe in that as well. You always want to acquire as much talent as you can, and I think the first round is a spot to do just that, to get the best player you can possibly get. I think teams that draft for need in the first round usually run into trouble. I think that's how you end up reaching for a guy that probably doesn't fit the value of the pick. And sometimes the marriage of best player available meets, a need, and that's even better. And maybe that'll be the case for the Ravens. I think for them, they are hoping that one of these guards end up falling to them. I think that they love Ione to fall to them, the guard from Penn State. I don't think that they'd mind if Emmanuel Pregnon from Oregon ends up falling to them as well. But look, they need a new center. Obviously, they just lost Tyler Linderbaum to the Raiders this offseason because the Raiders paid him a fortune, and credit to the Ravens. I mean, they're not going to pay Tyler Linderbaum that type of money. I fully understand that. So, I don't expect a Fano to fall to them, a tackle that can be kind of that hybrid and play inside, or at least is athletic enough to play inside. I think that they'd love for one of these pass rushers to fall down to them. Eric DeCosta, we all remember the Max Crosby trade that was until it wasn't. They go and bring Trey Hendrickson in. But Eric DeCosta at the time said that their plan, or at least they were going to try, to match Crosby and Trey Hendrickson up together, which would lead you to believe, and DeCosta said as much, they're still looking for pass rusher. So I think if one of these pass rushers were to fall to 14, if you believe a lot of the smoke about teams backing off of Ruben Bain, maybe that's something I think that they would love if Ruben Bain fell in their lap at 14. I would be interested to see what happens if Ruben Bain falls to, let's say, 11. Are the Ravens willing to do something uncharacteristic again? Because I think that them trading multiple first round picks for Max Crosby broke tendency for them. That's not something that they typically do. I think they're showing their sense of urgency when it comes to the pass rusher position. So if a guy like Ruben Bain falls to 11, it would not shock me if the Ravens were to try to move up to get this guy, if that is indeed one of the pass rushers that they love. I think a lot of Ravens fans want to see them build up the offensive line because the O-line was the weakest part of their team this year. Lamar Jackson was dealing with injuries all year, and their offense just really never was right. And I think it's because of their issues up front. I think, again, if one of those guards or tackles, the top ones, fall to them at 14, they'll do that. But it wouldn't shock me if they go receiver in the first round or even corner in the first round. I think that they are really looking at whoever is at the top of their board. So could a Jordan Tyson be the guy at the top of their board at the time? Possibly, or Mekhi Lemon, he could be there. But the dark horse, I think, is at tight end Kenyon Sadiq out of Oregon. They move on from Isaiah Likely, or should I say Isaiah Likely moves on from them. He goes to the Giants. Charlie Kohler goes to the Chargers. They extended Mark Andrews, but Mark Andrews seems like he's trending in the wrong direction athletically. Kenyon Sadiq is that athletic tight end. He can give you some of what Isaiah Likely gave you in the explosiveness. He's a guy that you don't have to make an inline tight end. You can move him out wide as well. So he's kind of my dark horse pick at 14.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's a lot of directions they can go here, Cordell. And I'll never forget, by the way, we had you on the show a month ago as a guest, back-to-back days, because we talked to you about, the whole Max Crosby thing right before it happened. And then, 24 hours later, they basically signed Trey Hendrickson. We had to have you back on. And, you had just gotten done with the Eric DeCosta press conference as well. So that was a freaking whirlwind, man, for you and for Ravens fans and for the Baltimore Ravens themselves. And now, here we are a month later, and this draft is an interesting one. You talked about how EDC Eric DeCosta, who I think is becoming a polarizing figure for Ravens fans because of the postseason failures they've had. And now, you move on from John Harbaugh, you bring in Jesse Minter. Who's the next scapegoat? Well, that would be the GM that's put together this roster here over the last several years. And you mentioned that he normally goes by best player available. You mentioned the guard from Penn State, Ione. And he's supposed to be a first-round pick, but he is also an interior lineman. And so it could be the best pick, best player available, but it also could be the position that you need most after you lose Tyler Linderbaum, maybe the best center in all of football. And, look, I mean, Daniel Falele, that might be addition by subtraction. That guy couldn't block, the wind last year for the Ravens. But, the defense was also so unclutch and so loose at the back end with that secondary. And, like you said, Malachi Starks had an up and down season. Kyle Hamilton, can he return to being Superman like he was, in his first 2 seasons in the NFL? Marlon Humphrey's not getting any younger. So it really is going to be interesting what the Ravens do with that 14th pick. Do they just play it safe and bolster the interior offensive line, which you arguably said is the biggest need on this team? But, and again, after you sign Trey Hendrickson, Nnamdi Madubuike hopefully coming back healthy. That was such a painful injury last year. If Ruben Bain is there at 14, do the Ravens pounce on him with that philosophy that he's the best player available, despite what the reports are? Because as we pivot here, transition into Ruben Bain, we kind of see this every year. Well, a couple years ago, you mentioned it earlier in the show. Kenny Pickett, small hands. Was that the reason why he fell to 20 overall? I don't know. Last year it was Will Campbell. There was a lot of speculation on, his short arms. And the Patriots said, screw it, we don't give a damn about that. We're still going to take him in the top 5. He had a pretty good rookie season. Then the playoffs came around and he couldn't block anybody. And now Ruben Bain has short arms, and it's become a huge talking point. So he's slipping down a lot of mock draft boards here. So do you buy into that hype? I think it's kind of stupid. I think if a guy can play sometimes the measurables don't freaking matter one damn bit. And Ruben Bain was a freaking monster at Miami. So I get it. It's a step up from college to the NFL. That goes without saying. But Ruben Bain is also going to get faster. He's going to get stronger, and he's going to learn how to beat offensive tackles. I don't care how short his freaking arms are. If this guy falls outside of the top 10 or even top 12, I think that's a blessing in disguise for teams like the Ravens or whoever else is there to pounce on him.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, you got to remember, this is what I like to call lion season. So you're going to get a lot of, when you peel back the curtain a little bit, when you look at these mock drafts, this is usually intel that these guys are gathering from other execs and GMs and scouts around the league. It's not uncommon for some of these GMs, execs, and scouts to maybe not be the most truthful because they have an agenda. And in this case, the agenda could be to drive down the value of Ruben Bain. That's what this reeks of to me, because I'm a guy that always goes with the production over the combine or over the workout and the measurables. This dude's been playing football his whole life. A big reason why the Hurricanes were in the national championship this year is because of Ruben Bain and his ability to get after the quarterback, and he did it in that game as well. That means a lot to me when you're able to, be the guy that leads your unit, when you're able to be the guy that comes through in these big moments, in these big games throughout your collegiate career. I put stock into that. I don't know what it is that when these guys get to the combine and you get their measurable, I think there is a such thing as too much information sometimes. And I also don't think all information is viewed equally. I think when you look at Will Campbell, everybody's using Will Campbell as kind of the case study to go away from a Ruben Bain. Me personally, I think arm length at tackle compared to arm length at the edge rusher maybe is slightly different. I don't think, a edge rusher having the short arms is as bad as a tackle having short arms, at least in my mind. I think that this dude relies on his quickness, and I also think it's about these coaches putting him in the best position to succeed. You have enough tape, you have enough evidence to show what he does well and what he struggles in. Put him in positions to succeed. But I pity any team that looks at Ruben Bain and thinks that this dude, his ability can't translate to the NFL level because he's got crocodile arms. I just think he'll still be a menace with these quarterbacks in this league. We've seen it all over the place. I think Ruben Bain will be just fine, and I would be surprised if he does make it out of the top 10.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, that's funny you mentioned, and that we mentioned top 10, because you know who picks at 10 is the Cincinnati Bengals, who just lost Trey Hendrickson to the Ravens. And I know they signed Boye Mafe in the offseason, and I think that's a nice pickup for them. But man, imagine losing Trey Hendrickson to the Ravens, and then you don't draft Ruben Bain if he's there at 10, and then the Ravens scoop him up at 14, and they basically take two guys from you in the span of a month, and Ruben Bain then ends up being an all-pro. So I can't imagine him getting past 10, because if he's still there at 10, the Cincinnati Bengals, who have proven many times over the last couple of years that they don't know what they're doing and that they are incompetent in many ways, that would be very Cincinnati Bengals. That would be the Bungles, right? For everybody who likes to take a shot at Cincinnati. That would be very Bungles if they end up passing on Ruben Bain because of the arms and the crocodile arms, and he's got short arms. And then all of a sudden the guy turns out to be an all-pro, just like he was one of the best pass rushers in college football all season long. Cordell, I want to ask you here, who do you think, straight up, regardless of position, because I think this is an interesting topic, who do you think straight up is the best player in this draft? Whether that is just like what they project to be, what they did in college, or the guy that you think will end up being the best NFL player in this draft class. Who do you think that is?
I'm going to go with Jeremiah Love. I think the world of him, and I know we live in a time where running backs, you look at them as a dime a dozen, and I do think the running back position has kind of come back to life a little bit over the last 2 years. But people are still very skeptical on when you should draft him. Now, in the case of Love, I think everybody unanimously understands that this dude is a first round talent. He's a guy that should be taken in the top 5, at latest top 7 by my Commanders if he's there. If they let Jeremiah Love get past 7, then I just don't know what to say about those guys anymore. But yeah, I think Jeremiah Love is the guy pound for pound that is the best player in this draft. I think he's a 3-down back. I think he is great in pass pro. That's something that I think gets overlooked with him because you see all the explosive runs, but I think he is a pretty good pass blocker. He's a good running back out of the backfield with hands. He could catch the ball, make something happen after the catch. He's so strong with his lower body. He's got the home run ability. I just think he is everything that you want out of a football player and out of a running back. So, I'd be shocked if he makes it past Tennessee. And if he makes it past Tennessee, I'd be shocked if he makes it past the Giants with John Harbaugh, even though they have Cam Scatterbo and Tyrone Tracy and those guys out there. I think they'd be licking their chops with Greg Roman as the offensive coordinator, who only wants to run the ball into the ground anyway. If they pass up on Jeremiah Love, I'd be absolutely shocked by that. But again, if he makes it past the Commanders at 7, where they've had their quarterback be their leading rusher his rookie year when they go to the NFC Championship game, and then last year, God bless Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. I like him, but if you're putting all your eggs into the basket of a 7th round running back, then I just don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. So yeah, I would be shocked if he makes it out of the top 7, but crazier things have happened.
Well, look, I'm a Giants fan, so Cordell, please, I beg. I hope he falls to the Commanders at 7, because if the Giants take a running back in the top 5 again, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to explode. And I love Jeremiah Love, and I'm a Notre Dame fan, so I would love, in a perfect scenario where the Giants can take Jeremiah Love and also don't draft a running back in the top 5, but that's not possible because I get my Notre Dame fandom and the Giants fandom combining into one, and I do think he's going to be amazing. Everything you said is correct. He's a home run threat. The way he scraps and scrapes and fights for every yard and just doesn't go down and then can blow you away with the speed, and he's a great pass catcher that really didn't get to show it off a lot at Notre Dame because they just needed him to run the freaking ball over guys. I think he's going to be awesome. But my God, if the Giants didn't learn from Dave Gettleman's mistakes of drafting Saquon Barkley at number 2 overall, if Joe Shane, who really, he shouldn't be making that many decisions as is anymore with John Harbaugh there, if they draft Jeremiah Love at number 5, I am going to explode because that is the last position that they need. With Cam Scatterbo coming back, and I know he had the gruesome injury, but oh my God, they need so many other positions than running back. So please, I hope that if he's still there by 5, that Jeremiah Love will be there at 7 for the Commanders to scoop him up and have him be running roughshod, maybe over over the New York Giants in the years to come. But at least it would be the smart thing for the Giants to do on paper. I think he's awesome, and I am biased, and so I love Jeremiah Love. And if he wasn't a running back, he'd probably be going number 1 overall. But I can't help, and Combs and Monty and Brad, normally doing the show with him every night, they know about this. I can't stop gushing over Caleb Downs here over the last several weeks. Yeah. The safety from Ohio State, the Swiss Army knife of college football. If he wasn't a safety, Cordell, I think I make the same argument. He's probably getting taken number 2 or number 3 overall in this draft. If he wasn't just 6 feet, if he was 6'3" or 6'4", he'd be going number 2 overall in this draft. But I think he's the next Kyle Hamilton, right? You cover the Ravens. You've seen what Kyle Hamilton does for Baltimore. He can come up and play at the line of scrimmage. Obviously, he can guard. He can, defend one-on-one. He can play zone. He can blitz. He can do everything. I think we're going to be looking back in 3 years when Caleb Downs is a first-team All-Pro. We're going to be saying, this guy fell to 7, 8, 9 in the draft. How is this possible? I think Caleb, and I think Mendoza's going to be great. I love Jeremiah Love, but I think Caleb Downs is ultimately going to have the best NFL career out of this entire draft class.
Nah, you're preaching to the choir when it comes to Caleb Downs, man. As much as I'm banging the drum for Washington to go Jeremiah Love, they also haven't had a safety since Sean Taylor. So I would love if they went and got Caleb Downs. They desperately needed a safety for a while. He's another one that I think is a victim right now of Lions season. All these teams acting like teams are scared of him because of his injury history. I don't buy it. This dude is one of, if not the best player in this class. I completely agree. I did want to double back though, because look, I'm not a person that's going to defend Dave Gettleman by any stretch of the imagination, but Saquon, I don't know. Is Saquon really a miss, or did the Giants mishandle that Saquon situation? Because I still think Saquon is pound for pound, like that's a hit if you're talking about just a pure draft pick. But I could definitely understand how it transpired with New York. You don't resign him, and then he goes to the Eagles and has a career year and wins the Super Bowl. Like, yeah, if you're a Giants fan, it sucks.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's nothing against Saquon. He is amazing. It was just a wrong pick for the New York Giants, a Giants team that had so many other needs to address coming out of that 2017 season. That running back was not the position to go, right? Bradley Chubb ends up going 5 to the Denver Broncos. You imagine that Giants pass rush a couple of years ago with Bradley Chubb? Hell, they could have gotten Quentin Nelson, who's basically a first-team All-Pro every single year, the best guard in football. I mean, they could have drafted Josh Allen. Right? We could have done this. Oh, well, when are they going to move on from Eli Manning? And then they end up picking Daniel Jones a couple years later. They could have drafted Josh Allen. You could have just went out and got your quarterback of the future. They could have gotten Roquan Smith. Anybody other than a running back for a team that wasn't a running back away. You know, your Commanders are in an interesting spot because they were a team that just 2 years ago / last year went to the NFC title game. And then this season it was wrought by injuries and Jaden Daniels not being able to stay healthy. And yeah, the roster's definitely turned over a bit here, but I still think you have a core of a playoff contender, and a running back like Jeremiah Love could then take you back to getting to the NFC title game. So the Commanders, yes, and I think the Giants are close. I think they are a playoff team, but they have a running back that they just drafted last year who's a good player. And adding another running back doesn't help you. The Giants need defense. That was, I mean, how many times did the Giants give up 30 points, blow double-digit leads last year? So, yes, it would be Saquon Barkley was a mistake of a pick. He wasn't a mistake of a player. And as we saw, he carried the Eagles to his Super Bowl. It was just a wrong pick for the Giants to make at the time.
Gotcha. Yeah, that would make sense. I do feel like picking the right player at the wrong time does exist and is bitten a couple of teams in the butt. And look, I actually think the Giants have had a solid offseason. They've gotten a lot of the Ravens scraps, I should say. But Isaiah Likely, I think he's going to be a stud for them. You're right. The defense is a huge bugaboo for them and really probably building up the trenches a little bit and figuring out what they're going to do with Dexter Lawrence. But I do think the Giants have a good starting point right now.
310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. Any of your thoughts, any of your predictions on the NFL draft? Who's the best player in the draft? We'll hit some more of the big headlines and, you know, if it really is lying season, as Cordell said, when it comes to some of these headlines here. But also, we'll get you an update on the Heat and the Hornets. Major injury news to a superstar that we've got to fill you in on when we return. This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
your Knicks are going to smash the Atlanta Hawks.
I
They are
hope
going
so,
to
man.
absolutely. They are going to cream this team. When I started looking at now here's the problem. Model, I love Atlanta. My model's like, oh yeah, you should be on Atlanta here. The Knicks are way overpriced, which is pretty typical given that the Knicks are the Knicks and they're such a public team. But matchup wise, man, what are they going to do with this size? They play 2 at the level, so they're going to put 2 on the ball on Brunson, and he's just going to have to make the pocket pass. The best thing about Brunson is that Jalen is a great scorer, but he doesn't get frustrated when he doesn't get to. He's just like, no, if you put 2 on me, I'm just going to pass to the big. I'm going to thread this pass in the middle of your coverage, and then it's Karl Anthony Towns or Mitchell Robinson rolling to the basket, and you have no rim protection behind you because you're playing small with Okongwu. They're going to kill him on the glass. They're going to kill him from 3-point range. OG Anunoby's minutes are absolutely phenomenal in this matchup. Like, he has a big tactical advantage over the guys that are going to play the most. Nickeil Alexander-Walker, I think, is going to have a great series. But everything to me screams the Knicks are going to take care of the series in no more than 6.
I hate the fact that the Pittsburgh Steelers are banking on like the halcyon days of the Green Bay Packers with Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers taking them back to prominence. Like, Art Rooney spoke at the league meetings in Phoenix a couple weeks ago and said they think Aaron Rodgers will make his decision before the draft. It's 9 days away. It's 9 days away. What if he retires? Are they going to draft Ty Simpson 21st overall? Is Will Howard going to be the quarterback to start next? Like, what are they doing? When is this decision going to be made? Do you think the Steelers know that he's coming back and it hasn't been announced publicly with the way Aaron Rodgers loves, no matter what he says? Like, you could be like, oh, I hate the public eye. And, oh, I want to live this quiet life. Prove it. Prove it. Prove it. 9 days out. We don't know if he's coming back or not. Okay. Yeah. The Pittsburgh Steelers, a legacy NFL franchise, one of the bluest of all the blue blood NFL teams. This is not the New York Jets. And I actually mean that not disrespectfully to the Jets, although it is a disrespectful thing to say, and I acknowledge it. And at least when Rodgers was doing this in Green Bay, he was doing it at like the height of his powers, winning MVPs, going to the postseason. And I know the Steelers went to the playoffs last year. I get it. They had no business making it, and they got destroyed by the Texans in round 1.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's Cordell Woodland filling in tonight for Brad Evans. Brad on vacation all week. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We'll get back to the NFL draft conversation that we were having last segment in just a bit. But let's get you a big update here on this Heat-Hornets game. Right now, the score is probably secondary to the big injury news. But the Heat lead the Hornets 41-39, 5.5 minutes left to go in the second quarter. But the big news, Cordell, and you're a Heat fan, and we watched the clip in the break on social media. Bam Adebayo, tailbone/back injury, headed to the locker room late in the first quarter or early second quarter after what looked like a dirty-ass play by LaMelo Ball. LaMelo is driving to the bucket. He pinballs off a couple of players, and as he goes down to the ground, Bam Adebayo's right on the baseline, tries to grab the rebound, and LaMelo, like as he's going down, reaches up and kind of sweeps his arm at Bam Adebayo's leg, That caused Bam to fall right on his tailbone. He was kind of writhing in pain on the ground, on the floor for a solid 2 to 3 minutes, and then had to be helped to the locker room. So Bam Adebayo in the locker room right now for the Miami Heat with their season on the line. Off your instant viewing of that clip, where it was a pretty good look at the replay. You think that was a dirty play by LaMelo?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, he blatantly grabs his foot and sweeps his leg from under him. I mean, there's no way around it. LaMelo can argue all he wants, but the camera doesn't lie. We all watch him grab his foot and sweep his leg. So it's unfortunate because obviously Bam is Miami's best player. And, LaMelo right now, this is the playoffs. So this type of stuff comes, I guess, with this. When you get some of these borderline dirty plays, you get the feistiness, you get the physicality. I'm all for all of that. I'm a late 80s baby, so I got to see, the maybe not the bad boy Pistons, but I watched the Twin Towers. I watched Greg Popovich's teams and how physical they used to be. And, I'm all for that in the playoffs, but deliberately, and I don't think LaMelo intentionally tried to hurt him, but his deliberate act caused Bam to get hurt. So it's unfortunate, but without a doubt, that was a dirty play.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he clearly, now look, he's going to the floor in the beginning. And so I understand if his momentum kind of took him that way, but he hits the floor, LaMelo Ball does. And then as he's looking up and yeah, slow motion, it doesn't do it justice how fast things do happen, but he clearly grabs Bam's leg. Like you said, I don't know if he's not trying to hurt him. He's not thinking in the moment, let me WWF style, leg sweep him out from underneath him, but he grabs his leg and he follows through with it. And that's what caused Bam to crash to the floor, and he's in the locker room right now, and he looked like he was in a great deal of pain walking back to the locker room. And you got a tie ball game here late in the second quarter. LaMelo Ball doesn't get a technical, no flagrant foul, no nothing for that. I can't believe out of all the things that the NBA reviews on a night-to-night basis, even some small stuff where it's why are we wasting time reviewing this? They didn't review that. LaMelo gets nothing for that. And like you said, you grew up watching 80s and 90s ball, and I like when it's physical and rough and tough, but, I mean, come on. I mean, that was a clear attempt to take him out off his feet there. How does that not get anything? That's beyond me, but, we'll keep you posted on Bam Adebayo's status here, but he is still in the locker room right now, and this is a tie ball game midway through, now getting late into the second quarter, season on the line, and Bam Adebayo, the Heat's best player, their most decorated player, is in the locker room right now with a tailbone injury. All right, phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Cordell, we were talking a lot of NFL draft headlines in the last segment. So let's hit the sexy spot here, right? Let's hit the quarterback position, which isn't a sexy draft for the quarterbacks here, but we all know Fernando Mendoza is going number 1 overall to the Las Vegas Raiders. Will Ty Simpson go in the first round, I think, is the big question. I think the closer and closer we get to the draft, it feels like it would be a shock if he did not get drafted in the first round. But what pick? Will it be a team who's got a first round pick, or will it be a team that trades back into the first round to grab Ty Simpson? I think that's the most likely, is that a team like the Arizona Cardinals, like the New York Giants did last year, traded back into the first round to get Jackson Dart. I think the Arizona Cardinals, who are going into this season with just Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew after they got rid of Kyler Murray, I think they will trade back into the first round to grab Ty Simpson. And whether it'll be a good move or not, we'll see. But I think the Cardinals, they're desperate. I think they need to inspire some hope. They can't just let this season play out with Brissett and Gardner Minshew. As nice of a job as Jacoby Brissett did last year, what do you think ultimately is the landing spot for Ty Simpson?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Cardinals is a good pull. That's definitely one of the teams that should at least be thinking about making a move to get Ty Simpson. Their quarterback room is pretty bare these days. But also, I look at the 30th pick right now. looking at a team in the Dolphins who I know they went out and got, you know, Malik from Green Bay, and I don't know how much, you know, how long is that going to go on? Like, are you really giving the keys to the car to him for years to come? And look, he may turn out to be really good. I just don't think that they really know. And you look at the Dolphins, they're not necessarily equipped for success right now. They trade away Jalen Waddle to Denver. You do still have Devon Achane, at least for now. They swear they're not looking to trade him, but you know, in my mind, it's like, what are you keeping Achane around for? And I like Malik Willis. He showed some things last year. But again, I don't think anybody can sit here and say definitively that he can be the leader of a locker room for the next 3 to 5 years. So you do have to kind of prepare for that. You do have a new coach in town who does have the background with Malik Willis, but I wouldn't be shocked if maybe they pull the trigger on a Ty Simpson. But honestly, my gut tells me he doesn't end up getting drafted in the first round. I think that we could see a run on another one of these positions, whether it's offensive lineman or maybe it's a run on a couple of these corners. I think corner is kind of that sneaky position that maybe people aren't talking a lot about, that maybe we see a little bit of a run on that position, maybe in the teens into the early 20s. But I think there's every draft we start to see these guys get overdrafted, or we see a run on a position go on a little longer than we thought, and it pushes everything down. Ty Simpson, if he is drafted in the first round, I do think it'll be on the back end of the draft, and maybe it is by a team like the Cardinals that trades back in. But my gut tells me right now that Mendoza is going to be the only quarterback taken on day one.
Wow. I think that would be a surprise, honestly. I think it would be a surprise. I think there's going to be a team that's desperate enough that convinces themselves, like it's the Cardinals, that like, hey, it's late first round. Nobody's drafted this kid yet. You know, who cares about a third rounder or a second round pick next year if he ends up being our starter by like week 8 or week 9 and he shows some flashes, like it's worth it. Let's trade back in. You know, I don't know. And I don't think he'll just get straight up drafted by any team late in the first round. You know, again, you mentioned the Dolphins at 30. They took Malik Willis. I really do think they believe in Malik Willis, and I don't think they're trading Devon Achane. I think they want to continue to build around him. I think he's going to get a big contract extension this offseason because I think Devon Achane, you know, he's more than just a running back. We know how great he is in the pass catching department, and that is so big nowadays that if you don't have the elite receivers, and they just traded away Jalen Waddle, and prime Tyreek Hill ain't walking back through those doors, then you need a running back that can serve as a receiver as well for you. So I don't think Miami, I think they do believe in Malik Willis. I don't think they're taking him at 30. The Patriots, no shot. The Seahawks, no shot. The Chiefs, no way. Not at 29, you know, with that first round pick that they ended up getting now in the Rams trade for Trent McDuffie. The Texans are an interesting one. I still don't think that, even though this is a make or break year for CJ Stroud, that they're going to then gamble on Ty Simpson maybe being the answer if CJ Stroud has another bad season. And you tend to agree with that. You're shaking drama.
Yeah, probably not worth the drama that'll come with the storylines about CJ. I mean, I think if you're the Texans, it should be all about building CJ up, not adding more doubt to his future at that position. It should be about doing whatever you can to go and get the CJ Stroud from his rookie year to come back out, because I don't think CJ all of a sudden forgot how to play football. I think a lot of it is probably between the ears with him and that offensive line. I don't even understand how Houston goes about their offensive line back-to-back off seasons now where they've traded one of their better offensive linemen, Tunsil last year, and I forget, it was the guard this year, this offseason that they traded. So they've got to shore that up and get help him out. Those receivers have to stay healthy. But I just don't know if Ty Simpson is worth all the drama that's going to come with putting him and CJ up against each other that the media will do.
Yeah. So, all right. So we disagree, though, when it comes to Ty Simpson. You don't think he's going to get drafted in the first round. I do, because I think a team like the Cardinals or somebody else will trade into the first round to get him. Maybe that other team would be the New York Jets, who are going into this season with Geno Smith And that is not giving a lot of inspiration to a lot of folks either. All right, we'll take a short break. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Get you an update on the Heat and the Hornets game. It's just hit halftime. Get you an update on Bam Adebayo. We'll also update you on the baseball scoreboard because we haven't gotten a chance to touch on that yet. And we'll look ahead to some of the late games tonight. Are the Mets going to lose their 7th game in a row tonight going up against the Dodgers? It's looking likely. We'll talk about it, though, when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. He's Cordell Woodland filling in for Brad Evans. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I hate the fact that the Pittsburgh Steelers are banking on like the halcyon days of the Green Bay Packers with Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers taking them back to prominence. Like, Art Rooney spoke at the league meetings in Phoenix a couple weeks ago and said they think Aaron Rodgers will make his decision before the draft. It's 9 days away. It's 9 days away. What if he retires? Are they going to draft Ty Simpson 21st overall? Is Will Howard going to be the quarterback to start next? Like, what are they doing? When is this decision going to be made? Do you think the Steelers know that he's coming back and it hasn't been announced publicly with the way Aaron Rodgers loves, no matter what he says? Like, you could be like, oh, I hate the public eye. And, oh, I want to live this quiet life. Prove it. Prove it. Prove it. 9 days out. We don't know if he's coming back or not. Okay. Yeah. The Pittsburgh Steelers, a legacy NFL franchise, one of the bluest of all the blue blood NFL teams. This is not the New York Jets. And I actually mean that not disrespectfully to the Jets, although it is a disrespectful thing to say, and I acknowledge it. And at least when Rodgers was doing this in Green Bay, he was doing it at like the height of his powers, winning MVPs, going to the postseason. And I know the Steelers went to the playoffs last year. I get it. They had no business making it, and they got destroyed by the Texans in round one. And Mike Tomlin was the coach of that team. Now, here's Mike McCarthy, and we're begging Aaron Rodgers to come back. 9 days away. They don't know if he's coming back or not. 9 days away. The draft is in Pittsburgh. Is it possible that, like, this afternoon, he's like, yeah, I'm coming back? Of course. Could it happen at some point before the draft? Yes. Of course. But, like, no one thinks that there's a problem with this. Everyone just thinks this is normal, that the Steelers are trying to recreate a Packers team that was struggling a decade ago. I'm over it. I think this is insane what's going on with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Wanted to make sure we reserved a little time to give flowers to three-time Stanley Cup champion goalie Jonathan Quick, who last night backstopped the Rangers to a win in a meaningless regular season game for the Rangers. But Jonathan Quick at age 40 is done in the National Hockey League. Won a Stanley Cup a couple years ago when Vegas won, was the backup goalie for Las Vegas. But really, when we think about Jonathan Quick, we will remember him when he starred for the LA Kings. Two Stanley Cup champions in 2012 when they beat the Devils, in 2014 when they beat my Rangers. Quick won the Conn Smythe in 2012 when the Kings were an 8 seed and went all the way to win the Stanley Cup. And obviously, all those great playoff duels with the Chicago Blackhawks. When the Blackhawks won 3 cups on that run and the Kings won 2, felt like those were the 2 best teams every year for a number of years last decade in the NHL. Jonathan Quick is one of the best goalies ever. Now, does he fall short of like the, let's call it, the Martin Brodeur, Dominic Hasek, Patrick Waugh category? Like, probably. But he's in that next tier. This is an all-time great that is choosing to step away. And I think that we need to, as sports fans, celebrate what a career it was for the great Jonathan Quick.
Opinions and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
And I am muted. All right, there you go. If you're wondering, am I going deaf if you're watching on YouTube or on Twitter, or is Pat miming? No, my microphone was muted, so there you go. Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and he is Cordell Woodland filling in for Brad Evans. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Halftime in the NBA play-in tournament, 9 versus 10 seed game. Losers season is over. Heat lead the Hornets 54-52, but Cordell, you're a big Heat fan, and Bam Adebayo, questionable to return, took a hard fall on his tailbone, was definitely in a lot of pain walking off the floor when he went to the locker room after playing just 11 minutes. We think it was a dirty play by LaMelo Ball, kind of swept his leg out from underneath him as LaMelo went to the ground. But Miami's got the lead at half. You have no idea whether or not Bam's going to return to the game, but, 2-point lead at halftime, playing the entire second quarter without him. That's so far so good, I guess, for Miami, right?
Yeah, I mean, you'll take a 2-point lead at the half after your best player goes down with an injury, and Khalil Ware, he's out there getting 8 points in his limited amount of time on the floor, taking over for Bam off the bench. So, yeah, I mean, so far, so good for Miami. I think that this right now, the pace is probably exactly where they want it to be. It's not all crazy high scoring right now. The threes haven't been crazy for Charlotte just yet. Both teams actually 7 threes each in the first half. So if you're Miami right now, especially having to play without Bam for the most part, you're exactly where you need to be. Now it's all about keeping the pressure on Charlotte in the second half, making them play as mistake-free as possible. But I think if you're Miami, you like exactly where you're at right now.
Yeah, for sure. You mentioned Khalil Ware, 8 points, 7 rebounds. Jaime Jaquez off the bench has 5 points. Davion Mitchell and Andrew Wiggins with 10 points for the Heat. And then for Charlotte, Brandon Miller having such a spectacular season. Not only did he get into foul trouble with 3 fouls, he's only got 3 points. And he's got his left shoulder in some kind of like a huge wrap. Now, he's a right-handed shooter, but still, I don't know if Brandon Miller's not 100%. Con Knippel, who's been struggling shooting down the stretch, which you didn't think would be the case for the guy who led the NBA in threes this year. 0 for 5 from deep. He's only got 6 points. If not for LaMelo Ball and Miles Bridges, who knows where the Hornets would be, because they've combined for 32 points so far in this game, and Miles Bridges is playing some spectacular defense. So we'll wait to see on a status on Bam Adebayo when they start the third quarter. Let's hit some baseball, though, Cordell, because we got plenty of scores here, plenty of games coming down to the wire. And, the team that you cover for 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore, the Baltimore Orioles, trailing the D-backs 4-2. Now, last night, you had some Pete Alonso heroics. Do we get more heroics from the O's tonight against the D-backs, down by 2 going into the 8th inning? I guess so far for this season, Baltimore expectations to be a playoff team. Last 2 years have not been kind for Baltimore fans, for O's fans, but they've gotten off to a nice start this year. Alonso probably had his best moment as an Oriole last night. Gunnar Henderson, the average not where you'd like it to be, but as long as he stays healthy, you got to figure this team will be in the mix. What have you thought so far the first 16 games of the Orioles season with a 9-7 record?
Yeah, I mean they've gotten into a little bit of a groove here recently. They've won 6 of their last 7. And like you said, Pete Alonso, it seems like his bat is starting to wake up. It hasn't necessarily shown up tonight just yet, but he came through in a big way yesterday with that late home run. And really it's been a constant lead up to that. Had a double the day before, I believe, as well. Gunner's 0 for 4 tonight, but Gunner, for the most part, at least his power's been there. He's got 6 home runs on the season. And last year, the Gunner was dealing with that shoulder issue, and he still ended up having a solid year, stole 30 bases. But you didn't see the power that you're used to seeing from Gunnar Henderson. And a lot of people here in Baltimore are expecting him to have a breakout season. And I do anticipate that being the case for them. Unfortunately, tonight, Trevor Rogers, who got off to a great start, ran into some trouble in that 5th inning. Vargas ended up homering, putting Arizona on the board. The Orioles started out up 2-0. Samuel Basallo homered again tonight to put the O's up first, but Vargas hit a 3-run shot to give them the 3-2 lead, and then Fernandez ended up getting an RBI double later on in the inning. So they're up 4-2, having to play catch up now in the 8th inning. They do have the top of the order up, so maybe they'll get some clutch at bats right now. But this has been an Oriole team that's been scrappy. I mean, yesterday they were down 7-1 and ended up coming back to win that game. Maybe you could say they got a little bit of motivation from their manager getting hit in the face with a foul ball, because Jeremiah Jackson, who was the guy that had the ball come off his bat and go into Craig Albanez's face, Jeremiah Jackson ends up having a career night after that. 2 home runs, including his first grand slam of his career. So yeah, these are kind of the cardiac O's this year. You kind of got to keep your eye on them until you get that final out.
That's a crazy story that you mentioned that. I want to hit on that more in the next segment with Albanez, and he's freshly into his O's tenure as the skipper. So we'll talk about that when we come back. We'll get you more score updates. We actually do have about another minute, so let's get you another one. Since both our producer and video producer Combs and Monty are big Cubbies fans, I'll give them the plug here. Cubs went down 3-0 in the 2nd inning after Edmundo Sosa went deep for the Phillies. It looked like the Cubs were maybe going to drop to 7-10 and remain in last place in the NL Central, but they have since stormed back. You had a 2-run inning in the 3rd with a Nico Horner single and an Ian Happ double. Then in the 5th, Alex Bregman tied it up. Then in the 6th, Horner and Bregman, 2-run singles, each of them, and the Cubbies lead the Phillies 7-3 in a game where the Cubs opened up with an opener and then turned it over to Colin Rea. They got to the great Aaron Nola, finally knocked him out of the game after the 5th inning. So there's that score, and one other one worth mentioning. Yankees, after that incredible roller coaster game versus the Angels last night, where they win it 11-10 on a walk-off wild pitch. Yankees are getting shut out, and they were getting no hit through the first couple of innings by the Angels. It's 6-0 Halos in the bottom of the 6th. So see if the Yanks have another great comeback in them. But we'll get to this Albanez story when we come back, and another NBA update for you here on BetMGM tonight.
If we get to next Thursday night, don't be surprised when and if, and I have zero inside information, not yet. I'm hoping to get some in the next week, in the next 9 days. I'll tell you the guy that's perfect for Detroit. Ruben Bain. Ruben Bain is the perfect Detroit Lion. with the violence that he brings on the edge, setting the edge, the way he defends the run would be an unbelievable compliment to Aiden Hutchinson on this defensive line. A trade up for Ruben Bain, I think, makes all the sense in the world. If Arvell Reese slips a little bit in the draft, and it seems to be consensus now that the Jets will go David Bailey second overall, we can get to the Arizona Cardinals, who pick third overall at some point during the show here. Could the Lions make a trade up for Arvell Reese? Will the Lions potentially wait until they're on the clock at 17 and take the best offensive lineman available and seek to find an edge elsewhere in the draft? I do think the Detroit Lions loom as a major wild card in this draft. They can't sit on their hands. I think the board either falls to them exactly the way they want it, or they've got to make a move. This window for Detroit to compete for a Super Bowl, I don't want to say it's closed, because it's not. Is it ajar? Are we getting there to it being closed? Huge NFL draft coming up for the Lions. And I would love, if Ruben Bain's going to slip, F them picks, go try and win it now, go up and get Ruben Bain if you are the Detroit Lions. At the Ravens, Chargers, Broncos, Chiefs, and Bills will all be better, in my estimation, this year than they were last year. Then the Patriots need to take a big swing. And that swing is undoubtedly A.J. Brown. And I'll just say it. If they don't take the swing, and we can discuss at a later date what that would mean for the Eagles if they keep A.J. Brown, which I think would be a disaster for the Eagles. If the Patriots don't trade for A.J. Brown, don't reunite him with Mike Vrabel, and don't give Drake May that legitimate 1A alpha superstar, A-level alien receiver in that offense, there's no way in the world I would ever bet the Patriots to make it back to the Super Bowl. I wouldn't even bet them to win the AFC East. That's Buffalo's division. Now you give New England A.J. Brown, we can have that conversation. Who wins the AFC East? A lot's riding on this. The Patriots can't afford to screw around. Yes, they say they're going to leave the door open. I actually think that's not enough. Go get a wrecking ball. And Miley Cyrus can sing this part instead of Bruno Mars. And use that wrecking ball to smash the bleep out of the entire front of the house. It shouldn't just be the door that's open. You should be able to see the whole damn inside of the house. That's what it should be for the New England Patriots.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and my co-host for tonight is Cordell Woodland. He's filling in for Brad Evans. This is hour number 4 of our 5-hour show, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We're pinballing around, a lot of sports going on right now. Excuse me. So we were giving you some baseball scores on a busy Tuesday night. One more update here on the NBA play-in tournament. The 9 seed versus the 10 seed game in the Eastern Conference. Heat lead the Hornets 61-60 early on in the third quarter, but the big injury news, Bam Adebayo still has not returned from the locker room, suffered a fall late in the first quarter, early second quarter of this game. It looked like a dirty play by LaMelo Ball, kind of swept his leg out from under him, and so the Heat trying to get it done without their best player. They lead by 1 in the early going of the third quarter. So Cordell's a big Heat fan. He's sweating this one out, maybe not the highest of expectations, even if they do get out of the play-in tournament for the 4th year in a row. But nonetheless, I'm sure you'd love to see their season continue for another couple of nights. But Cordell, you also, as I mentioned at the top of the show, Cordell is co-host of The Fresh Take, which is a show on 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore, one of our sister stations on Odyssey. And also, you cover the Orioles and the Ravens. And I think one of the best sports stories here of the last 24 hours has to do with your Baltimore Orioles. And you mentioned it briefly last segment. I'd like to expand upon it here. The new manager of the O's, Craig Albernaz, who has done a pretty damn good job so far. We were talking about the O's. They're 9-7. Last night, he had a night to, I guess, forget, but also maybe a night to never remember. 7 fractures in his cheek and a broken jaw. And yet he is back to work tonight managing this game. And you were at his press conference earlier today. So I guess any direction you want to take this, what an incredible story. That's a warrior, man. He is not taking any time off despite barely being able to even chew food right now.
Yeah, he joked about taking a sick day. He said that's stuff that we do. He doesn't get a sick day. He's right back at it the next day. But yeah, man, tough as nails. And that stuff goes a long way in the clubhouse. Make no mistake about it. I mean, even last night, after he got hit in the face with the ball, he did make an appearance back into the dugout at one point. Now, the team doctor and those guys, they got a hold of him and dragged him back out of there. But he did show his face back in the dugout last night just to kind of let the guys know, he's okay. And he's a warrior for sure. And I think that went a long way. But Jeremiah Jackson, young, you could call him a utility player because he plays a variety of positions these days, mostly at second base. But the ball went off of his bat onto Craig Albernaz's face. And, Jeremiah Jackson is a young guy still trying to make a name for himself in this league. And he's gotten off to a really hot start this season. And last night, he ended up having the game of his life. Like I said, the Orioles were down 7-1. Craig Albernaz gets hit in the face with the ball in the 5th inning. Orioles get a run in the 6th inning to make it 7-2. And then you get to the 6th inning where Jeremiah Jackson hits the first grand slam of his career to make it 7-6. Pete Alonso hits a 2-run homer in the 7th, make it 8-7, and Jeremiah Jackson comes back around with a solo shot to give them some insurance in the 8th inning to win the game 9-7. But yeah, definitely an insane game yesterday. I mean, Ketel Marte hit the ball to Utah Street on the first pitch of the game. Yeah, Dean Kramer pitching and making his debut for the Orioles this year. Dean Kramer, who's been a staple of this Orioles rotation the last couple of years, he ended up starting the year in AAA Norfolk because the Orioles had some tough decisions to make with their rotation. Kramer ends up being the odd man out, but Zach Eflin just had Tommy John surgery, so Kramer's back. It was just a lot of unique storylines in the game last night, and of course highlighted by Craig Albernaz getting hit in the face with the ball. But yeah, he did talk to us today. He has the war room. He has the war wound to show right there on his cheek. You see the bruise right there. He talked about having to be on the baby food for about 6 weeks. But he said that right now the plan is to avoid surgery. It doesn't seem like he's going to have surgery on his face, but he does have the broken jaw, the 7 fractures that you mentioned. Outside of his diet and kind of having to stay, be the tough guy for his family, because of course they were worried about him last night. I think he's in good spirits right now. This is a ball club that's winning games. They have to kind of get on the comeback trail tonight if they're going to win this one tonight. But they feel pretty good about themselves. And you look at the AL East right now, it's not as daunting as maybe we thought it'd be, at least to start the year so far.
Yeah, I mean, the Yankees are getting blanked by the Angels, or 2 minutes ago when I last checked here. So that's not great for the Yanks, who, on a bit of a tailspin despite winning that incredible game last night to snap a 5-game losing streak. It looks like it could be a 6th loss in the last 7 games. Toronto's off to a terrible start. Boston's off to a terrible start. Tampa Bay is right there at the top of the division because they swept the Yankees. So the AL East, man, it's always unpredictable, and this season is definitely playing out that way. But yeah, also eating baby food for 6 weeks. He can't blow his nose, but he showed up to work at the press conference that you were at, and he's like, "Oh, hey everyone." Again, you were there live for it, so can't imagine you walking in and seeing him with the with the bandages, the bruising around his eyes, and a guy that can't even blow his nose, and he said, "I kind of have to show up every day. We play every day to work. This is what we're here for. We're here for the players. We have a game. I'm physically able to be here, so let's go." And he said, if my jaw was wired shut, I'd still be here. You just strap on and go about your next day. So that's baseball, man. That's a baseball guy. That's a baseball dude right there. 43 years old, first manager job of his baseball career at the major league level. And here he is, takes a liner off the face from, you mentioned, Jeremiah Jackson, who then has an incredible game. The rest of it inspired him. What did he write on the ball? "Sorry, homie," and he gave it to Craig Alvarez. Like, what? Again, hope he's going to make a good recovery. Didn't have to get his jaw wired shut, but this ends up being one of the more incredible stories of the young baseball season.
Yeah, and I think this is something that could definitely help bring these guys together. Like you said, Craig Alvarez, in his first gig as a major league manager, and you talk to the guys in that clubhouse, they respect him already, even before last night. We're still in the honeymoon phase. So we haven't hit the dog days of summer. They haven't gotten swept in back-to-back series yet. We haven't really hit the trying parts of the season just yet. But so far, it's been so good. And I think last night went a long way with the guys in the clubhouse, just to see his toughness, just to see him come back out there, to see him take it like a champ. And Jeremiah Jackson, he went on to have a career night, but when we talked to him last night after the game, he did talk about how, it was weighing on him mentally for a little bit throughout the game because he was unsure if his manager was okay. But eventually he was able to kind of get that vote of confidence from his manager that he was good, gave him a hug. And he just talked about how it was a huge weight off his shoulders. And obviously his play backed that up. So, it's things like that could end up just being the spark that certain teams need. Sports is very weird, man. It's very weird. And sometimes it can be magical and things happen that you can't explain to really get a team going. And so, who knows? The Orioles, like I said, they've been hot as of late, winning 6 of their last 7. Looks like they did scratch out a run in the 8th to make it a 1-run game now in the 9th. So we'll see if they can stay close and maybe get that big hit that they need.
Yeah, Tavares got an RBI single to cut it to a 1-run deficit. So either way, 9-7, even if they lose this game above 500 early going in the season. Craig Alvarez now got the shiner and the fractured jaw and the broken jaw and the cheek fractures to wear as a nice shiner, a nice medal of honor there over the next couple of weeks. So it should be fun. It should be a fun early part of the season for O's fans and for Baltimore. Speaking of surprises, how about the Minnesota Twins? We mentioned the Red Sox. They've gotten off to a brutal start with their lineup not being able to hit. The Twins are beating them right now 5-0. If the Twins win this game, they crushed the Red Sox last night 13-6. If the Twins win this game, they'll be 11-7 And there's a chance that they'll be atop the American League for the best record in the entire AL. It's them and the Guardians at 10-7 coming into tonight. And they've got the second best record in all of baseball. I don't think anybody expected much from the Minnesota Twins this season. At least I know I freaking didn't. And you have Byron Buxton, who went deep tonight. He's got 3 hits and he scored 3 runs. They're getting pretty damn good pitching, which I think is probably the biggest surprise. Again, it's not easy to hit in Minnesota and Minneapolis in April, so that's definitely playing a factor into it. But they've gotten some really good production. Josh Bell, a tremendous addition for them. He's got an OPS over 900. Ryan Jeffers, young catcher, kid that I actually, one of my first broadcasting gigs was doing the summer league that Ryan Jeffers played in. He's their catcher. He's got an OPS of nearly 1,000. But it's this pitching staff that has been just so damn good. Taj Bradley, a guy that kind of never realized his potential, in his former stop when he was with the Rays, and now he's pitching like an all-star. Joe Ryan, who is their ace, who's been pretty damn good for them so far too. So, of all the surprises we've talked about in the early season of baseball, Cordell, for me, the Minnesota Twins, I mean, they're a couple innings away from being 11-7 and having the best record in the American League. I think that is a story worth monitoring for sure.
Oh, without a doubt. And, I got to get a good close look up at them to start the year. Of course, they started their season here in Baltimore. And yeah, the front end of that rotation has been great for them. You mentioned Taj Bradley. I mean, he's been off to a great start to start the year. I don't think anybody is surprised that Joe Ryan has been as good as he's been. But I think people were looking at the Twins coming into this season as a team that you probably don't have to worry a whole lot about, right? Especially once it came out about Pablo Lopez missing this season. You look at this is a team that leans heavily on their rotation, and you thought that without him, they take a huge step back. Their lineup hasn't been great over the years, up and down. Buxton, man, how great has he been here to start the season? He's been, I think, the huge driving force in their success outside of the front end of their rotation. But you also mentioned Josh Bell, and all he's done is hit throughout his career, right? He just hits for power everywhere he goes.
That's just a
mercenary at this point in his career. So it's all coming together to work for them right now. And Royce Lewis, he's on the IL, and he's been one of their hotter hitters at various points to start the year as well. So even without him, they're keeping this train rolling. We'll see how long it lasts, but they've definitely been one of the bigger surprises in the league so far.
Yeah, and Cincinnati Reds, another nice surprise too. They get to 10-7 earlier today. They beat the Giants. The Giants are off to a tough start. You got first-year skipper Craig Albernaz for the Orioles, who's doing a great job. And then you got first-year skipper for the Giants, Tony Vitello, basically he's known for, being fiery and coming from college baseball with Tennessee. And that didn't really work in the first couple of games of the season. Then he mentioned they've had a couple of clubhouse incidents. Giants, they are now 6-11 with this loss today. Only scored 1 run, and they get beat by the Reds, who only had 3 hits. But they had the most important ones, a Spencer Steer homer and then a Sal Stewart homer. So those 2 home runs, those 2 solo shots get the Reds to 10-7, off to a good start on the season. Cordell, if you had to say what your biggest surprise or your biggest disappointment so far of the baseball season has been, whether it's a team standpoint or it's a player standpoint, what would that be for you?
Yeah, I think biggest surprise, and maybe I shouldn't be surprised right now, but the Mets have just been downright awful. Losers of 6 straight. This is a team that's just very tough to buy into no matter what they look like on paper. And I get Francisco Lindor. He came into the season dealing with that hamate bone injury. A couple of Jackson Holiday on the Orioles, he's still dealing with it. Corbin Carroll was also a guy that had the same injury, and he's playing lights out to start the year. But it has not been that way for Francisco Lindor. And obviously the Mets, they kind of go as he go, and Juan Soto. I mean, this is a very top-heavy team. They did lose Pete Alonso, but I still expected more of the Mets to this point. So they've been one of my biggest disappointments so far. If I'm looking at a team that is a big surprise, I mean, I think the Twins, we just touched on them. They definitely fit that criteria. I think even, Pittsburgh has been a team that I think has been better than people have thought. And it's not like Paul Skeens has necessarily gotten off to some Cy Young type of start to this season. It really hasn't been. They've actually hit the ball pretty well out there in Pittsburgh so far. So I think that's the good sign for them, is that their lineup is actually coming through, because in the past it's been, Keller and Skeens, those guys are pitching gems, but they can't get any run support. Now with the lineup starting to come to life a little bit, maybe that gives these pitchers some help to where maybe they can start to reach more of their full potential. But again, it's so early in the season. It's tough to tell what's sustainable and what's not. But this Pirates team has definitely been one of the pleasant surprises.
Yeah, I mean, how about 16 runs for Paul Skeens? He has a 10-run sixth inning. That night of baseball last night was just incredible overall. You had 3 games get to 20 or more runs. 6 teams themselves scored double-digit runs. 9 guys had multiple home runs last night. That was the second most in a single day in MLB history. So we were joking yesterday. Rob Manfred realized, all right, Monday night, no NBA playoffs just yet. The hockey regular season's almost over. NFL draft is next week. So why don't we juice the balls and let's just have like a bazillion home runs and a million runs get scored last night and have everybody talk about our sport, because, early season, why not? But, so far these games tonight, not so much explosive offense, but, some good tight score lines nonetheless here. A couple of pitchers duels in games earlier today. But you did mention the Mets. And I talked about them at length yesterday. What a disappointing start it's been. They've lost 6 in a row. Francisco Lindor doesn't even have an RBI yet on the season. Not a single
Crazy.
RBI. He doesn't have a home run, doesn't have an RBI. He's off to and he's used to getting off to slow starts, but this is something else. And he's making base running mistakes and blunders in the field. And, right now the Mets are without Juan Soto with that calf strain. They need him back as soon as possible. I think I saw in an update yesterday he started doing some sprint work or running the bases. They need him back immediately, because this lineup is pathetic right now. Shut out by the Dodgers last night. They got shut out en route to a 3-game sweep at the hands of the A's. So they've been blanked 3 times in the last 4 games. And, going to LA to play the Dodgers certainly wasn't the medicine or the kickstart they needed. Now they got to take on Yoshi Yamamoto tonight, who the 1 or 2 times they faced him, they haven't fared well. If there is ever going to be a stopper for the Mets, a kid that's supposed to live up to the hype this year and be an all-star caliber pitcher, Nolan McLean has to go frame for frame with Yoshi Yamamoto, because I don't understand how you expect the Mets bats to do anything off of one of the best pitchers in the game right now. Like they just look completely lost. And it's early, and we talked about it on the show yesterday, Cordell. Like, when can you no longer say it's early in a baseball season, right? Probably in another 3 weeks or so. But 7-10, losers of 6 in a row. You get swept by the Dodgers, and then you go to Chicago to play the Cubs, who, yes, are also off to a slow start, but they're a pretty damn good team. Like, this could get away from the Mets pretty quickly here. And a slow start was what doomed them 2 years ago, even though they made the magic carpet, a slow start looked like it was going to doom them 2 years ago. They make the magic carpet ride to the NLCS, and then they got off to a decent start last year and then just fell apart down the stretch. So another slow start for the Mets, and there's a lot of concerns about the pitching staff and the lineup in general. So, it could get worse before it gets better for the Mets.
Yeah, it definitely could. And you talk about this series with the Dodgers. This isn't the type of team that you want to rely on a pitcher's duel against, because even if the Dodgers bats are quiet for most of the game, man, it only takes 1 inning with those guys, and everybody 1 through 9 can beat you in that lineup, and they all come through in the clutch when they need it. So yeah, the Mets, it doesn't get any easier for them. And look, I like McLean a lot, but every pitcher needs run support, and when your best player isn't playing at his best or anywhere close to his best, or I can't even call it his best right now, more just acceptable. His play hasn't even been acceptable to this point. Your team is going to go as your best players go right now. And so, look, baseball is a heavily mental sport. That is something that I've learned just being around these guys, these major leaguers who go through these ruts, and is very process oriented, and they're regiment based. And when you're not getting the results that you want, it's easy to kind of slip into that dark place and kind of lose yourself at the plate a lot. And in this case, even in the field, he's making mistakes talking about Lindor. So that's the scary part for me, is when the plate struggles start spilling into the defensive struggles and the base running struggles. That screams mental to me. That if until he gets out of that, the Mets aren't going to go anywhere.
Yeah, that's a great take. Great point. All right, we'll take a short break here. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We got a couple updates to get you when we come back. The Heat and the Hornets, they're about to start the fourth quarter. It's a tight one. Losers' season is done. The winner will move within one game of making the first round of the playoffs. And plus, we did our crew game earlier in the show. Let's go streaking. We each pick a player to get a hit. We are closing in on going 4 for 4. We'll get you the update on that when we return, and we'll see out of the four of us who needs their guy to still get a hit. I'm Pat Boyle. He's Cordell Woodland filling in for Brad Evans. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So it's certainly possible that Alex Ovechkin returns for another year. My guess is that he's done, and I can be wrong about that. If he is done, and if that's it for the great Alex Ovechkin, this is unquestionably one of the 10 greatest hockey players of all time. And the debate is just, where does he fall on that lofty list? Won the Stanley Cup in 2018 when the Capitals beat the Vegas Golden Knights, and slayed the Dragon on the way there in the Eastern Conference semis, beating the Pittsburgh Penguins after the Penguins had tortured the Capitals for years prior to that, including the Penguins winning back-to-back championships prior to the Capitals winning. And they won it on an Ovechkin brilliant pass to Evgeny Kuznetsov, who beat Matt Murray in overtime to send the Pittsburgh Penguins home and the Capitals on to the Eastern Conference Final. And Ovechkin won the Conn Smythe that year as the best playoff performer. 3-time winner of the Hart Trophy as the league's most valuable player. Rookie of the Year, the Calder Trophy in his first season. Unquestionably, again, one of the 10 greatest players of all time. You know me and how I like to think about sports, and the historical perspective that I like to place things in. So if Ovechkin is going to retire, and this is going to be it. And again, like, if and when it actually happens, we'll do more on it. But we've already framed it one way, right? He's one of the 10 greatest players ever. The greatest goal scorer in the history of hockey. It's just, again, where does he fall in that top 10?
Denver's got a little bit of concern there. It's been a historically tough matchup for them. Wolves won the last one. I'm heavy on Denver here. I'm probably going to be on Denver -1.5, -2.5 on series spread, which seems aggressive. And like, I don't want to disrespect the Wolves because they're a really good team that made the Western Conference Finals twice in a row. The problem is the Wolves built a roster to beat the Nuggets, Tim Connelly, his old team. He built that team in 2024 to beat that version of Denver with KCP and that construction. But Denver's a much different team 2 years later. And the biggest thing is that they have so much shooting now. Cam Johnson, Tim Hardaway Jr., Aaron Gordon in particular. When Aaron couldn't shoot, the Wolves were able to leave him completely open and be like, we're just going to jam the paint and leave Aaron Gordon open. But Aaron's a 40% three-point shooter now. There's not a good solve there. So now you've got this problem where the Wolves are going to have to play kind of one-on-one with Jokic, or they're going to have to send the double, and that compromises their entire scheme if they have to start doubling. And the Nuggets have the shooters to make them pay. Versus Denver, I think, does have the defensive capability, as bad as their defense is versus bad teams. When it's good, it's pretty good. They will blitz Ant a lot, and he hates it. He really hates getting double teamed. And they're going to do that pretty consistently and make other guys beat them. And I don't know that they have the personnel. The Naz Reid minutes are going to be big in that series, but I lean a lot towards Denver there.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's Cordell Woodland filling in for Brad Evans. And the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Couple of updates here to get you. Heat and Hornets, our Let's Go streaking game. And then we're going to preview the Western Conference play-in tournament game tonight, the 7 versus the 8 seed, Blazers and the Suns. That game just over 30 minutes away. But first, this one is starting to get away from Miami, Cordell. The big injury news of this game, Bam Adebayo, tailbone injury on a hard fall early in the first half. What was definitely, what you and I agree, was a dirty play by LaMelo Ball, whether he was intentionally trying to hurt him or not. It was the dirty play. Didn't even get a technical, no flagrant, no nothing for it. Bam Adebayo ruled out for the rest of this game. And Miami, this has been back and forth the whole time, but now Charlotte with a late third quarter surge, thanks to the former Bull Kobe White draining a couple of threes. He scored 14 in the third quarter alone, and now Charlotte has opened this up to an 8-point game just inside the first 2 minutes of the fourth quarter. So you need somebody to step up for Miami. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Tyler Hero? Is it going to be Davion Mitchell? Is it going to be Andrew Wiggins? Because right now, Wiggins leads the team with 18 points. Davion Mitchell's got 17. Tyler Hero's got 12, but not very active in that third quarter. Or is it going to be their sixth man off the bench, Jaime Jaquez, who's in the running for sixth man of the year? Cordell, if the Heat are making this comeback here, who do you think you have to rely on to step up with Bam Adebayo out for the game?
Yeah, I mean, you got these veterans out there. You're going to need guys like Andrew Wiggins to come through for you. It'd be nice if Tyler Hero could hit a shot at some point soon or get aggressive and actually try to, will this team back in it. Davion Mitchell, he's been pretty good tonight. He's got 17 and 5 assists. I like Khalil Ware. They just don't have a guy right now, unfortunately. I just don't, and that's been Miami's problem. They don't have that go-to guy on the floor. And it is a shame that Bam wasn't able to come back in his game because he started off so well. But yeah, they're going to need some of these guys to start hitting some of these jump shots. Only 3 3-pointers hit so far in the second half in this game, compared to 6 for the Charlotte Hornets so far. So yeah, I think if any of these guys could hit a jumper, that would go a long way for the Heat. But they got to get some stops first before they start worrying about getting some buckets.
Yeah, not only the Bam injury in this game, but Norman Powell, I don't think he's 100%. I mean, he's the team's leading scorer with 22 points per game this year, and I think that he has been I mean, he was a tremendous addition to this team coming over from the Clippers in the offseason. And, he had a groin injury that he battled midway through the season, and it looked like he was over it. And then all of a sudden in April, missed a couple of games. They were kind of monitoring his minutes. I thought maybe it was just to play it safe, but he's barely been on the floor tonight, Norman Powell. He's only played 12 minutes, and he's only got 6 points. He's 3 for 6. I can't imagine he's 100% because, again, that's been their leading scorer this year. And the fact that he wasn't in the starting lineup and the fact that he isn't playing that much tonight tells me he's not 100%. So injuries stacking up for the Heat here. And, again, we talked about if this game was close, could the inexperience of the Hornets end up being their undoing? Well, no Bam Adebayo. That obviously changes the equation in a big, big way. And without Norman Powell, their leading scorer, looking like he's not 100%, like you said, you need Tyler Hero to go into his bag and figure it out because they are running out of time. All right, let's pivot here. Let's get producer Brandon Combs and video producer Monty into the mix here, and let's get an update on our game that we played as a crew earlier in the show, Cordell. Let's go streaking. We each pick a player just to get a hit for the night. That's it. In the baseball slate, you went with William Contreras. This is your first show with us here, filling in for Brad tonight. How is Mr. Contreras doing? Does he have a knock?
He does. He did get a knock. Didn't exactly see what inning he got the knock, but I did look up at the screen and saw the ball land, I think, in right field, and he's jogging to first base. So that was the hit for me. He did start off with a walk and then and didn't get a hit on his second at bat, but in his third when he finally got that single.
All right, there you go. So Cordell, first time hosting on the show, co-hosting on the show, and he's delivered. William Contreras getting a hit. I have Ahmed Rosario from the Yankees. The Yankees are getting shut out right now by the Angels, 7-0 in the bottom of the 8th. They only have 3 hits. Ahmed Rosario's got one of them. He singled to left field in the 4th inning. So that's 4 in a row for me, 4 out of 5 since we started this game. Yankees actually have runners on the corners right now with nobody out. So they need a miracle comeback. But after last night's game, I guess you wouldn't rule out anything. But they're going to need a big, big swing of the bat here from these guys at the bottom of the lineup to try to get Aaron Judge up at the plate. Speaking of Aaron Judge, Monty had him. Our video producer, Michael Montgomery, he was a perfect 4 for 4 since we started this segment, but Monty not looking too good for Judge so far tonight, huh?
No, he looks horrible. 2 strikeouts, curveball right down the middle, fouled off, which, I mean, you can't be perfect all the time, so I get it. But I'm really hoping he gets another at-bat here, come through late. Would be really nice.
Yeah, he's definitely going to get another at-bat, whether it's in this 8th inning or it's in the bottom of the 9th in a game that might be, all but done for at that point. You just hope that the Angels pitch to him. And I guess if it's 7-0, then there's a pretty good shot that they will pitch to him and they won't walk him. So fingers crossed, Monty looking to stay perfect. And then Combs, you went with Chase DeLauder. How's that working out?
About as well as Aaron Judge. He's 0 for 3 right now. He has made contact with the ball all 3 times, though. So he's there. We just need him to get over the hump. He's due up. He's in the hole right now. 2 outs in the 7th inning, so he will get another at bat. We have one more shot at this thing. Monty, our friendship.
It's going to be that much sweeter.
Our friendship relies on this next at bat, brother.
Wow, the friendship relies because Monty owns and operates batters-box.com, his website where he posts all the best matchups for hitters and pitchers on the day. And Chase DeLauder was what, number 2, Combs? And so you're going to pin this on Monty because you decided just to go chalk here.
Look, I'm a guy who's been divorced twice, so you should know by now that I don't ever blame myself for anything. So yeah. No, I'm kidding. All kidding aside, look, I went with Chase DeLauder. Kid's been hot. Start the season. Just need a hit. I think we're going to get there. I got a good feeling about this 4th at bat. 1 for 4 is all you need. You just need 1. I don't need him to go 4 for 4. I just need 1.
Just a little putt. When I played in high school, the one kid on my team would always say that when we just needed a single, right? If there was runners in scoring position, he would go, "Hey, just a putt. Just a little putt here."
Yeah.
It's like, this isn't golf. What are you talking about? Just a little putt.
Doesn't even have to be a line drive. Could be a excuse me check swing that just like, little dribbler down the line that he beats out. Anything.
Chase DeLauder had, 4 home runs in the first 3 games? Maybe he drops down a bunt. He catches everybody by surprise.
Yeah, I might be the jinx, though, because I keep picking these guys who are hot, and then I pick them, and, like Brandon Nimmo was leading the world in batting average heading into yesterday, and he went 0 for 5. I picked Chase DeLauder today, who was on fire. He's 0 for 3. You know what I'm going to start doing? I'm just going to start picking Yankees every day.
No, don't. From experience, don't do it. It's bad.
Monty, you know what? Cordell, do you guys hear that? That sounds like excuses to me from Combs. And you know what they say about excuses? They're like, you know what? Everybody's got them, and they stink.
Yeah, no, for sure. Hey, look, if I'm going to be a jinx, you know what? I'm not going to pick Yankees. I'll just start picking all Cardinals and Brewers to get hits. That's all.
There you go.
Everybody who's
pick
ahead
against
of
the teams you hate the most.
Yeah.
Or just pick your Cubs, and then maybe they'll continue to stay in last place in the NL Central.
Wow.
Pat, come on.
That's where we're going to go, Pat?
He's kicking us when we're down.
Go with this.
I'm not.
Weren't the Yankees
you when you're down? The Cubbies are winning. Or did they blow that game already?
We're the ones that don't have hits, and now you're making fun of our team.
They just hit a 3-run homer.
Yeah, Carson
No
Kelly.
way. Wow.
Yep. Dude's on fire.
All right, so.
But you sit there and you rag on the Cubs. Oh, they're in last place. They're a game and a half out. I mean, but they were never 8-2, and now are staring 9-8 in the face.
8-8.
8-8. You know, down by 7 to the Angels. The Angels. I mean,
well, the Angels might be good. So let's be fair. I mean, they hit a bunch of home runs.
That's
every
one
night.
of Monty's biggest takes. The Angels might be good. They might be good.
As long as they're
You might
healthy.
need to start warming up your arm, Pat. The Angels might need you. The Yankees might need you. That 5.88 ERA might be lower than some of their pitchers.
Every time you make fun, you always raise the ERA. Like, why do you keep doing that? It was like it was 1 year. It was barely over 5, and I told you they juiced the balls.
It was a 6.04, right? Is that what it was?
Nope. That's not true. That's not true. You always neglect my senior year. My ERA was basically under 3. But
you had one outing. You pitched 1 inning.
No, I didn't. I pitched 11 games. What are you talking about? I was pitching with a half-torn UCL. Leave me alone.
11 games and you only got 1 inning out of it? Damn. That's bad.
Shut up. All right, we're going to take a break. 310 so I can strangle Combs. 310-840-4910. We come back. The Miami Heat, they have stormed back. They're looking back. Like Heat culture reigning supreme again. We'll get you an update on that game, and we'll get you set for Blazers and Suns, which is tipping off at the top of the hour. We'll keep you updated all night, all the games, all the sports, right here. I'm Pat Boyle. He's Cordell Woodland filling in for Brad Evans. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I hate the fact that the Pittsburgh Steelers are banking on like the halcyon days of the Green Bay Packers with Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers taking them back to prominence. Like, Art Rooney spoke at the league meetings in Phoenix a couple weeks ago and said they think Aaron Rodgers will make his decision before the draft. It's 9 days away. What if he retires? Are they going to draft Ty Simpson 21st overall? Is Will Howard going to be the quarterback to start next? Like, what are they doing? When is this decision going to be made? Do you think the Steelers know that he's coming back and it hasn't been announced publicly with the way Aaron Rodgers loves, no matter what he says? Like, you could be like, oh, I hate the public eye. And, oh, I want to live this quiet life. Prove it. Prove it. 9 days out. We don't know if he's coming back or not. Okay. Yeah. The Pittsburgh Steelers, a legacy NFL franchise, one of the bluest of all the blue blood NFL teams. This is not the New York Jets. And I actually mean that not disrespectfully to the Jets, although it is a disrespectful thing to say, and I acknowledge it. And at least when Rodgers was doing this in Green Bay, he was doing it at like the height of his powers, winning MVPs, going to the postseason. And I know the Steelers went to the playoffs last year. I get it. They had no business making it, and they got destroyed by the Texans in round one. And Mike Tomlin was the coach of that team. Now, here's Mike McCarthy, and we're begging Aaron Rodgers to come back. 9 days away. They don't know if he's coming back or not. 9 days away. The draft is in Pittsburgh. Is it possible that, like, this afternoon, he's like, yeah, I'm coming back? Of course. Could it happen at some point before the draft? Yes. Of course. But, like, no one thinks that there's a problem with this. Everyone just thinks this is normal, that the Steelers are trying to recreate a Packers team that was struggling a decade ago. I'm over it. I think this is insane what's going on with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Wanted to make sure we reserved a little time to give flowers to 3-time Stanley Cup champion goalie Jonathan Quick, who last night backstopped the Rangers to a win in a meaningless regular season game for the Rangers. But Jonathan Quick at age 40 is done in the National Hockey League. Won a Stanley Cup a couple years ago when Vegas won, was the backup goalie for Las Vegas. But really, when we think about Jonathan Quick, we will remember him when he starred for the LA Kings. 2 Stanley Cup champions in 2012 when they beat the Devils, in 2014 when they beat my Rangers. Quick won the Conn Smythe in 2012 when the Kings were an 8 seed and went all the way to win the Stanley Cup. And obviously all those great playoff duels with the Chicago Blackhawks, when the Blackhawks won 3 cups on that run and the Kings won 2. Felt like those were the 2 best teams every year for a number of years last decade in the NHL. Jonathan Quick is one of the best goalies ever. Now, does he fall short of like let's call it, the Martin Brodeur, Dominic Hasek, Patrick Waugh category? Like, probably. But he's in that next tier. This is an all-time great that is choosing to step away. And I think that we need to, as sports fans, celebrate what a career it was for the great Jonathan Quick.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's Cordell Woodland filling in for Brad Evans tonight. And the phone number to join is 310-840-4910. Oh, boy. Cordell, you're a Heat fan. It is coming down to the wire here in Charlotte. This game looked like it was close to being broken open in favor of the Hornets. They took an 8-point lead early fourth quarter. The big news of this game, Bam Adebayo out for the game after he took a hard fall early in the first half on what was, again, we've agreed is a dirty play by LaMelo Ball. Clear as day, just swept his leg out as LaMelo Ball was going to the floor. And so Bam Adebayo knocked out of the game. And Miami hung around for most of the rest of the first half and third quarter. Then Charlotte took control. But we did say before the game started, if this game was close in the fourth quarter, I worried about Charlotte's inexperience. And the Heat went on a 12-0 run. Davion Mitchell caught fire. Heat ended up, I think they had a 6-point lead just about a minute ago. But now the Hornets have fought back. We got a 2-point game with 5 minutes left. Heat 102, Hornets 100. Davion Mitchell's got 24. Andrew Wiggins has 21. And for the Hornets, LaMelo Ball's got 26. And Miles Bridges has 18 points. Cordell, we were just joking in the break. Like, hopefully the timing of this plays out perfectly. We have another break coming in about 10 minutes from now. And then hopefully you can watch the end of the game live in commercial and not have to watch it live on air. I can imagine that's probably very excruciating as a fan of a team to have to do. And we were saying, 5 minutes of basketball time is like 20 minutes of real time. That's what our girls always say to us when we're like, all right, the game's over in 5 minutes. I'll be right there. It's like, no, it's not. The game's going to be over in 20. I know how basketball works. So
right.
We'll see how this plays out. But crunch time here for Miami. I'm surprised they punch back in such a big way. And we'll see if they can finish this thing off.
Yeah, I think that timeout that they took around, the 7 or 8 minute mark, Spo probably let them have a bit because it did feel like momentum was all the way on the side of the Hornets. And, it would have been easy for Miami to kind of just let go of the leash a little bit there and let Charlotte kind of have their way. But they fought back. I said they needed to hit some threes. Indeed, they did. Davion Mitchell at least heard me. He went out there and hit a couple. And, man, Khalil Ware, he's just been a beast on the board. 17 rebounds in his game tonight to go along with his 12 points as well. I've really liked him ever since Miami drafted him a couple of years ago. He's a true stud, and he fits that new prototype player of this new age of the NBA, where you have these bigger guys that have a little bit of that guard skill set and can play a little bit on the outside. So it's going to be a dogfight here to finish it. Could be who gets the one stop that they need, but one thing is clear: Miami has to keep scoring because you don't want Charlotte to get into a rhythm and have two unanswered scoring possessions, because that could really do you in.
Yeah, well, Andrew Wiggins just drilled another three, so the Heat go back up by 3 with under 4 minutes to go. Again, we'll keep you posted until the very final minute, until this thing goes final, I should say, here in Charlotte. Winner plays the loser of the Magic Sixers game. That game's tomorrow, and the winner of this game plays on Friday to be the 8th seed in the Eastern Conference. But we've got a playoff spot up for grabs here tonight, Cordell. Game that's tipping off in 15 minutes from now, because the winner gets the 7 seed between the Blazers and the Suns, and they will play the San Antonio Spurs, whoever wins this game. Phoenix, tremendous season. I mean, look, nobody was rooting for the Phoenix Suns to fail more than me last year, because I don't know about you, but I'm sorry, I'm just not a fan of the player, Kevin Durant, because I think he made the most cowardly decision of all time. Up 3-1 with the Thunder against the Warriors. They blow the lead, and then he runs and joins the Warriors to win his 2 chips. So I'll never forgive him for that. They were a disaster last year. They fire Budenholzer. They trade away Kevin Durant. They trade away Bradley Beal. They find a way to trade the worst contract in the NBA in Bradley Beal. And what they've done this year is just make wine out of water. Jordan Knott, his first year, hell of a head coach. Dylan Brooks comes to this team in that KD trade, and he's a guy that is hated by many in the league, but he's a hell of a player, averaging over 20 points per game. Devin Booker is doing what Devin Booker normally does, and the Suns win 45 games. Now they got a home game to get into the playoffs against another team that maybe is a year ahead of schedule in the Blazers. I'm a big fan of Denny Avdia. He's an all-star this year. Donovan Clingan, the former Husky. These are 2 teams that, most NBA fans probably haven't watched many games of this year, if any, and they're playing for a playoff spot. Both are solid defensively. Both are very scrappy teams, and I think this is going to be a close game throughout here. I like the Suns to win it just because they've been very good at home this year, and Portland's been under 500 on the road, but I think this one is a coin flip. What do you think about this game coming up tonight?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I like this Blazers team though, man. They are one of the funner teams to watch. A really good young core that they have out there. Shout out to Denny, like you said, having an all-star type of year. I obviously got to see a lot of him in his time in DC with the Wizards, and he's really grown and blossomed into being this really good all-around player. And the Blazers, look, they've hit on a lot of their young picks. These picks, these young guys, they really blossom maybe quicker than a lot of people expected. I am giving the slight edge to Phoenix. You did mention Portland's issues playing on the road. That matters right now. I do think Phoenix has the guy in Devin Booker who will be the best player on the floor. And I have just come to really appreciate Devin Booker's game over the last couple of years. I think his time on that on the United States team, where he had a different role with them, where we're used to seeing Devin Booker be this prolific scorer and this big time playmaker, where with Team USA, he had to be their defender. And he really leaned into that role. And I always love to see how players are impacted when they do play with Team USA and they play with all these great players, and what they bring back with them to their own respective teams in the NBA. And I think Devin Booker, he really took that defensive mentality that he adopted with Team USA and he brought it to Phoenix, because no longer is he a liability on the perimeter on the defensive end. He has become a guy that has basically become a point guard over the course of the last 2 years, because that's another role that Phoenix threw him into, with Bradley Beal dealing with injuries last year and them trying to figure out how to maximize KD on the court with them. Devin Booker has adopted to a lot of different roles. So, he's a guy that I've actually grown to appreciate, and I think he's going to be really good for this Phoenix team. I do think they're going to get the win tonight. It's not going to be easy, though. Portland is long, rangy, and athletic, and those guys can guard 1 through 5, and they can pose their own mismatches themselves. But this Suns team, they know how to score. Like you said, they're really good at home. I'm going to give the edge to them, but I am expecting Portland to give them all they can handle.
Yeah, and just a couple of pieces of injury notes here that are going to play a big factor. Jeremy Grant, who has not played a whole lot down the stretch for Portland, and he averages 19 points per game for them. He's been dealing with a calf issue. He missed the last 7 games. He missed 9 of the last 11. He is going to play tonight. We'll see if he's anywhere near 100%. And then for the Suns, Grayson Allen, their marksman three-point shooter. We all know Grayson Allen. He averages 17 points per game. He is out with a hamstring injury that he only picked up pretty recently here. So you got 17 points per game missing for Phoenix. You got the 19 points per game for the Blazers and Jeremy Grant, who's going to play. Ultimately, again, I think this comes down to, who can rebound the ball better, who's getting second chance opportunities, because I think these teams are going to be nervous. I think it's going to be a scrappy game. And so I think second chance points are going to be huge. Donovan Clingan is a monster of a human, cleaning things up for Portland. And then for Phoenix, Mark Williams is a guy that his minutes kind of weaned down the stretch, and then he got hurt. And so they were relying a lot on Oso Ighodaro, the former Marquette Golden Eagle. So what the Phoenix Suns are going to end up doing in the front court to get those rebounds, to keep Portland off the glass, and to get some points in the paint, it's going to be massive in this game, Cordell. You mentioned it. Portland is long, and Phoenix, they've been struggling in terms of defending the paint and getting those rebounds. So second chance opportunities could be the difference for Portland, but I think home court advantage and the experience of Devin Booker and Dillon Brooks ends up winning this for Phoenix. All right, we come back. We'll kick off hour number 5 with hot or cold, and we'll have a final maybe between the Heat and the Charlotte Hornets here on BetMGM tonight.
If we get to next Thursday night, don't be surprised when and if, and I have zero inside information, not yet. I'm hoping to get some in the next week, in the next 9 days. I'll tell you the guy that's perfect for Detroit. Ruben Bain. Ruben Bain is the perfect Detroit Lion. With the violence that he brings on the edge, setting the edge, the way he defends the run would be an unbelievable compliment to Aiden Hutchinson on this defensive line. A trade up for Ruben Bain, I think, makes all the sense in the world. If Arvell Reese slips a little bit in the draft, and it seems to be consensus now that the Jets will go David Bailey second overall, we can get to the Arizona Cardinals, who pick third overall at some point during the show here. Could the Lions make a trade up for Arvell Reese? Will the Lions potentially wait until they're on the clock at 17 and take the best offensive lineman available and seek to find an edge elsewhere in the draft? I do think the Detroit Lions loom as a major wild card in this draft. They can't sit on their hands. I think the board either falls to them exactly the way they want it, or they've got to make a move. This window for Detroit to compete for a Super Bowl, I don't want to say it's closed, because it's not. Is it ajar? Are we getting there to it being closed? Huge NFL draft coming up for the Lions. And I would love, if Ruben Bain's going to slip, F them picks, go try and win it now, go up and get Ruben Bain if you are the Detroit Lions. At the Ravens, Chargers, Broncos, Chiefs, and Bills will all be better, in my estimation, this year than they were last year. Then the Patriots need to take a big swing. And that swing is undoubtedly A.J. Brown. And I'll just say it. If they don't take the swing, and we can discuss at a later date what that would mean for the Eagles if they keep A.J. Brown, which I think would be a disaster for the Eagles. If the Patriots don't trade for A.J. Brown, don't reunite him with Mike Vrabel, and don't give Drake May that legitimate 1A alpha superstar, A-level alien receiver in that offense, there's no way in the world I would ever bet the Patriots to make it back to the Super Bowl. I wouldn't even bet them to win the AFC East. That's Buffalo's division. Now you give New England A.J. Brown, we can have that conversation. Who wins the AFC East? A lot's riding on this. The Patriots can't afford to screw around. Yes, they say they're going to leave the door open. I actually think that's not enough. Go get a wrecking ball. And Miley Cyrus can sing this part instead of Bruno Mars. And use that wrecking ball to smash the bleep out of the entire front of the house. It shouldn't just be the door that's open. You should be able to see the whole damn inside of the house. That's what it should be for the New England Patriots.
Games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and he is Cordell Woodland, my co-host for the night, filling in for Brad Evans. And this is our number 5 here of BetMGM tonight, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Before we kick off hour number 5 with a final hour staple of the show, hot or cold, Heat and the Hornets coming down to the wire, and the Hornets have just tied the game with 10 seconds left on a Kobe White turnaround catch-and-shoot 3. Oh, my goodness. Kobe White, more like Kobe Green, because he just cashed the hell out on that shot. Wow. Hornets were down 3, coming out of a timeout on the inbound, and you're thinking, all right, maybe get a quick 2 and then foul. Kobe White catches, turns around, and fires and says, screw your quick 2. How about a quick 3 to tie the freaking game? Oh, my goodness, what a shot. And Cordell is a Miami Heat fan. So, yeah, Cordell, I'm sorry, brother. That is a dagger right in the eye, a game that the Heat have had to play 3 quarters without Bam Adebayo because of a tailbone injury that was caused on basically a dirty play by LaMelo Ball. But they have come back from 8 points down in this fourth quarter. They still have a chance to win it here. But my goodness, what a shot from Kobe White, who's got 17 points in the second half. And you know who's he's playing for? Con Knippel, who is on the bench, not because he's in foul trouble, not because he's hurt, because he's 2 for 12 from the field and 0 for 6 from 3. This is the guy that led the NBA in three-pointers made this year, broke the NBA single-season rookie three-point record, and yet he can't hit water if he fell out of a boat. So it's Kobe White who just maybe saved the Hornets season. Heat in a timeout, trying to win the game now. Oh, boy. Cordell, who do you go to if you're Miami? Who do you go to win the game?
I think you put the ball in Davion Mitchell's hands for now and, run some sort of pick and roll action. I wouldn't be upset if they run it with Andrew Wiggins. Those two have had the hotter hand here on this comeback in the fourth quarter, and see who can get an angle. You don't need a 3 here. And one thing about Jimmy, when he was in Miami, he made a living of not settling for the jumper. Get to the basket. So if I'm them, it looks like they're going to start with the ball in Hero's hands, but whoever can kind of get that angle and get to the paint, that's what you're looking for. Just don't settle, and that's what ended up happening anyway.
Yep, Tyler Hero launches a 3 that goes long. You talk about settling. All you needed was a 2. Get to the bucket. And Tyler Hero settles for basically a running 3-point jumper, and it hits the back heel. We got overtime coming in Charlotte. We'll keep you posted on this game, but free basketball, and Cordell, who's a Heat fan, oh boy, it just got even more tense and more anxious for him. Oh man, what a game. All right, we waited weeks, right? For those of the folks that are not massive NBA fans and the NBA regular season sucks and load management and tanking and all this. All right, hopefully you've got your blood money now, because first night of the play-in tournament, and it's already delivering OT between the Hornets and the Heat. Let's get another update on our show crew game that we do every night. Let's go streaking. Everybody picks one baseball player to just get a hit every night. Major League Baseball. Cordell, he picked William Contreras. He got a hit. I picked Ahmed Rosario from the Yankees. He got a hit. Monty, who was 4 for 4. He's hit all 4 nights since we started this game and started the segment. Aaron Judge, hitless until the 9th inning. Ropes a double. He's got a hit. The streak continues for Monty. 5 in a row, and that means for the second night in a row now, we are just hoping that Brandon Combs can get us a hit to go 4 for 4, and Combs, might be letting us down. So with that, let's get to hot or cold. Let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix, and let's make him answer for his sins here. Combs,
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
I am you. The evil has been put on you. The evil has been put on you.
Look, all I can do is pick a player, right? I'm like a manager, right? I'm like your college coach, Pat. All I can do is send you to the mound. And once you start giving up hit after hit after hit, there's not much I can do. You have to be able to perform. And so at some point, I'm not to blame. It's you. So, Chase DeLauder, I put my streak. I wanted to get back into it. I put it all out there for you, Chase, and you let me down.
Look, my issue was never giving up hits, by the way. So you take another jab at me, but you're just flat out wrong. My issue was walking people. I used to walk the park around. To the point.
Are you a lefty
to the
or
point
a
where
righty?
lefty? That natural
okay.
tail, man. I couldn't control it.
God.
Couldn't control it.
I'm
Two-seamer would just
definitely
tail
hitting
out
you.
of the zone.
Yeah,
And I had
I'm
like
definitely getting a hit off
18
you.
inches of run on my two-seamer. It would just run all the way across the plate.
I kill lefty pitching, by the way. So when we do this little thing where you throw against me, I'm definitely getting a hit. 110%.
Combs has been talking. Now, Cordell, I played Division III. All right, so I'm not claiming to be some professional baseball player here. I played Division III college baseball, but I averaged about 81 to 83. I topped out at 85. And Combs thinks that he could actually, even now, I have a half-torn UCL. Combs thinks he could actually touch me if I were to throw him. I would throw him 3 fastballs down the middle. He would whiff every time. Can you please talk some sense into him?
Hold on, Cordell. Let's put this into real perspective here, though, because at first, when I first said this to Pat, he was like, I will give you 20 pitches and you won't touch one of them. And so for a couple of weeks, I just let that go. And then I informed him that I do play men's league baseball. And so I have hit guys who throw in the 80s. And then it was, 3 pitches right down the middle. You won't get one hit. So it went from 20 down to 3. So he's a little scared. And I think that now that I told him I can hit lefties, I think now it's really starting to come out of him. I think he's a little worried.
Okay, first of all, if I were to throw you 20 pitches, there would be some changeups, some combios, there would be some curveballs, there'd be some breaking balls.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you're getting
I'm
3
not
pitches,
worried
I'll
about
throw
that.
you 3 fastballs, and they'll be right down the middle, and you won't touch them. What else do you want?
What do you think happens when I'm playing at men's league? You think the other team's trying to let you hit it? You think they're not throwing curveballs or changeups?
No, I think you play in a men's league where guys are absolutely not throwing in the 80s. They're probably throwing like 65 to 70 miles an hour.
Pat, they're guys that are just like you. Guys who played Division II, played Division III, and now are playing men's league baseball. Like, I mean, it's not like these guys just forgot how to throw the ball. They still throw hard, man.
Okay. I need the official stats from this league because I need to see some actual records of you actually getting any hits.
Why do you need to see records now? Are you worried? Is there concern?
No, because no, I'm not worried about anything. I'm not worried in the slightest.
Cordell, do you sense the concern that I sense here?
Well, I think that he's unsure about the level of competition in this league. We might need to clock some of the pitches in the league. We might need some speed counts just to keep track and see where you are. Maybe even track your bat speed. Maybe that's something to look into just to give them somewhat of a scouting report. All pitchers and hitters get scouting reports.
I mean, I don't have a scouting report on him. I mean, I tried looking up a scouting report, and it just said that he had a 5.88 ERA in college. And
I was about to say, you got his college stats.
Yeah, I just stopped looking.
You got more on me than I got on you, man. And I'm literally telling you what I throw. I'm telling you what I topped out at. I'm telling you the pitches that I throw. You got everything you need.
It would be like my story from high school, because in high school I played against Donovan McNabb, and I had an interception here, when he played for Mount Carmel his senior year. And I had an interception, which was a cool story until everybody started intercepting Donovan McNabb. Like, getting a hit off of Pat would kind of be like that, where it's like, great, I got a hit off Pat, but so did everybody else who faced him. So what's the big deal?
Wow.
Again, just completely.
I'd like to think Pat is more competitive than that.
Yep, factually incorrect. There was 1 year where I had an ERA over 5, and I said they juiced the balls. So
I'd like to see the
really
report on that. I'd like to see the fact that they actually juiced the balls. I think you just make that up because your ERA was sky high.
Well, even though the ERA was high that year, I was third in the conference in strikeouts. So, what do you think about that?
I mean, you know, you were
you
third
got
in the league in
you
strikeouts.
Got nothing.
Would you have?
Why don't you?
Were there
why
4
don't you
pitchers
just get
in the
hot or
league?
cold?
4 pitchers in the league. You were third in strikeouts. Congratulations.
Nope, there was 9 teams, and every team had at least 3 to 4 starting pitchers.
All right, let's do some hot or cold, shall we? Do we want to start with the guests, hot or cold first?
Do we want
to start with the? All right. Well, I just lost the. Why don't you read it first, Pat? Because I just lost the rundown.
Nice, good job. You want me to do Cordell's hot or cold first?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Hot or cold, and I don't even know who this is because I don't even watch wrestling anymore. Hot or cold, Oba Femi becomes WWE champion at SummerSlam. Cordell, your question, I'll let you answer it. Hot or cold? What do you think?
I gotta lean hot. My guy Oba is hot these days. It seems like they're strapping the rocket ship on his back and letting him take off. He's going up against Brock Lesnar on WrestleMania, which is this weekend. I forget if he's facing Brock on night 1 or night 2 of WrestleMania. I have to check the card, but I do know their match night 2. Okay, I do know their match is in the first hour, so it'll be live on TV. So that'll be good. A lot of eyes will be able to get on his match, but I think that they're leaning into the young buck. They're having him go up against the beast Brock Lesnar. He's been beating Brock up on the entire road to WrestleMania. Makes me a little skeptical whether or not they're going to actually allow him to beat Brock at WrestleMania. But I think they understand that they have struck gold with Oba Femi. I'm praying they don't screw this up the way that they have a lot of the storylines leading into WrestleMania. But I think that they want to put Oba Femi as kind of the face of WWE for the years to come pretty soon. Would not shock me if maybe he's taking the belt off of CM Punk if he retains at WrestleMania, or maybe they play the long game and have him face Roman in next year's WrestleMania. But either way, it wouldn't shock me if Oba Femi has one of the world titles around his waist come SummerSlam.
Combs, you follow wrestling. What do you think?
Yeah, no, look, if they're smart, that's why, like, I don't know whether or not to go hot or cold on this because lately WWE is just not smart and TKO just not smart. Like, the things that they're doing are just, they don't work. So my guess is they bring Oba Femi out there and they just have Brock Lesnar suplex him 8 times and then he wins the match and you never see them push Oba Femi. But if they're smart, this is an 8 to 9 minute match the other way around, right? Where Oba Femi comes out and you know, just dominates Brock Lesnar. That's what they should do, right? This should be a passing of the torch for Oba Femi. And then, yes, at SummerSlam or wherever, he should win the damn title. That's how they should do that because that's how good and how talented Oba Femi is. And the way that they've played this whole thing out, where they've just had him come out week after week after week and just annihilate Brock Lesnar, it just like it just makes it feel like you're right, like they're gonna come out and somehow Brock's gonna win it, and it just shouldn't be that way, right? Like the storyline should be an 8 to 9 minute match. Oba Femi comes out hot. Brock maybe gets in 1 or 2 licks, and then Oba Femi just bounces right back and just annihilates him again. That's how it should go, and he should win the title at SummerSlam. So it's kind of hot, but I don't trust that WWE will do the right thing.
if they're not trashing multiple announcer tables or something by the end of that match, at worst they should trash that arena. Like that, I'm looking for, Godzilla versus King Kong, Godzilla versus Ultra Godzilla, like something. Give me the big throwdown match that these two guys deserve. I mean, they should just be out there crashing the place. I wouldn't be upset if the ring imploded.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oba or we riot. That's how it goes.
Yes.
Give us Oba.
Yes.
That's what we want.
I'm looking at this card here for WrestleMania. I got to be honest. And again, I really haven't followed for, I don't know, like 12, 13 years now. And by the way, John Cena's last match, the guy that never taps out, the guy that like built his entire identity on never giving up, and you make him tap out. I thought that was so stupid.
I was actually at that match too.
You were there?
The whole run was stupid.
That was a Christmas gift for me. And yeah, the whole run was terrible. Stupidly, I showed up hoping that The Rock would end up showing up to actually tie that storyline together. And of course, I was disappointed.
Yeah.
By the way, just to really quickly break in here, so we're all watching the game on Amazon Prime on a different screen here while we're doing the show. Is anybody else getting the technical difficulties here?
Yes.
We're talking about the NBA play-in, and they're having technical difficulties in the biggest moments of the game. What are we doing?
Well, welcome to the world of streaming, boys.
Yeah. I mean,
it's unreal.
It ain't going to go anywhere, but can you imagine a game on national TV, on national cable TV, you getting a technical difficulty because, in the final seconds of overtime? Now, luckily,
insane.
The NBA realizes how big of a gigantic mistake that would be, so I don't think they've even played a single second of basketball here while the game's going into technical difficulties, unless I was wrong. I think we're at the same score that we were at.
I think we are.
Crazy. Yeah. Hornets are up 125-120 with 26 seconds left in overtime. So it looks like Kobe White's incredible catch-and-shoot turnaround three might end up being the dagger to the Miami Heat season. But all right, really quickly, though, night one of WrestleMania, the final match, the undisputed WWE Championship, Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton. I got to admit, that's pretty good. The only thing is, though, Pat McAfee is with Randy Orton, and if Randy Orton loses, Pat McAfee will leave the professional wrestling business for good. I mean,
and not only is Pat McAfee with Randy Orton, but we've got Cody Rhodes with Jelly Roll in his corner. Jelly Roll, the singer,
the country music singer,
who chokeslammed Pat McAfee last week, by the way. Yeah, you heard that right.
I mean, come on. The only thing Jelly Roll is choke slamming is a pack of donuts.
I will say this. It's always been a tradition to have a celebrity at WrestleMania. However, this year they're doing it wildly, right? Where you have Jelly Roll, you have Pat McAfee, you have I Show Speed. Like you have so many celebrities. Like what are we doing? Like at some point, I feel like we're gonna have a WrestleMania celebrity battle royal where it's a 30-man over the top celebrity match or something.
Honestly, I like Speed. I think Speed is very athletic, and he seems to kind of be a natural. The Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton do not need Jelly Roll. And Pat McAfee to be a part of this. And the stipulation of if Cody wins, Pat leaves the company already lets you know that Cody's probably going to lose because Pat's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere.
So I was in the Indy last year for the Royal Rumble. Took my son for his 21st birthday to the Royal Rumble, and we saw I Show Speed get absolutely annihilated by the greatest spear I've ever seen in my entire life. And I mean, he took it like a champ, but I mean, that was something. But yeah, no, I like I Show Speed too. I think he's athletic enough to get through something, but Jelly Roll and Pat McAfee going at it is a tough watch.
I'm good.
Tough watch.
All right, and then the World Heavyweight Championship on night 2, Roman Reigns versus CM Punk. How long has CM Punk been the champion again? I thought he was out of WWE.
He
He's
came
been
back,
a champion
2
for
years ago?
6 months. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Been a champion since what?
And they gave him the
Survivor Series,
title
right?
immediately. So Roman Reigns is winning that back. Roman Reigns, I feel like, is the biggest star they've had in the last 5-6 years, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Cody
Roman's
Rhodes
going to win. I think Roman's going to beat CM Punk
as
well. I think he should. I think, man, this game is insane.
Yes. I just looked. We've got 8
seconds. Yeah, the Heat hit a 3, and then the Hornets
timeout.
turned it over, and then Tyler, Heat hit a 3 to cut it to 2. Hornets turn it over. Tyler Hero gets it. They had like a 3-on-2 where they could hit a layup, or at least go for a higher percentage shot to tie the game. Instead, he dribbles out to the corner, takes a stupid 3, and gets fouled, and just made all 3 free throws. This game is on crack.
I'm sorry, but that's now back-to-back terrible threes that have been rewarded now because Kobe White hit it. I'll give him credit, but that was an awful shot with 10 seconds left coming out of a timeout and taking a contested turnaround fadeaway 3. He hit it. I'll give him credit for it, but that was an awful shot. And Hero, like you said, dribbles out to the corner, takes a terrible 3 himself, and gets bailed out with a foul. I mean, you can't make this stuff up.
I just watched the replay.
Right.
That was not a foul. What are we calling right there? I mean, this is the playoffs.
Space.
What are we calling? That's wow. I can't believe they called that.
Give people what they want.
But yeah.
All right, so we ended up getting to one hot or cold, and then you guys riffed on the WWE and WrestleMania. So we got a lot more hot or cold coming up. Maybe we'll have a final score. Maybe we'll have double OT for the Heat and the Hornets, but more hot or cold for sure here on BetMGM tonight. Producer Brandon Combs in the mix. I'm Pat Boyle, and we got Cordell Woodland filling in tonight for Brad Evans. You're listening to Westwood One Sports.
So it's certainly possible that Alex Ovechkin returns for another year. My guess is that he's done, and I can be wrong about that. If he is done, and if that's it for the great Alex Ovechkin, this is unquestionably one of the 10 greatest hockey players of all time. And the debate is just, where does he fall on that lofty list? Won the Stanley Cup in 2018 when the Capitals beat the Vegas Golden Knights and slayed the Dragon on the way there in the Eastern Conference semis, beating the Pittsburgh Penguins after the Penguins had tortured the Capitals for years prior to that, including the Penguins winning back-to-back championships prior to the Capitals winning. And they won it on an Ovechkin brilliant pass to Evgeny Kuznetsov, who beat Matt Murray in overtime to send the Pittsburgh Penguins home and the Capitals on to the Eastern Conference Final. And Ovechkin won the Conn Smythe that year as the best playoff performer. 3-time winner of the Hart Trophy as the league's most valuable player. Rookie of the Year, the Calder Trophy in his first season. Unquestionably, again, one of the 10 greatest players of all time. You know me and how I like to think about sports. And the historical perspective that I like to place things in. So if Ovechkin is going to retire, and this is going to be it. And again, like if and when it actually happens, we'll do more on it. But we've already framed it one way, right? He's one of the 10 greatest players ever. The greatest goal scorer in the history of hockey. It's just, again, where does he fall in that top 10?
Denver's got a little bit of concern there. It's been a historically tough matchup for them. Wolves won the last one. I'm heavy on Denver here. I'm probably going to be on Denver -1.5, -2.5 on series spread, which seems aggressive. And like, I don't want to disrespect the Wolves because they're a really good team that made the Western Conference Finals twice in a row. The problem is the Wolves built a roster to beat the Nuggets. Tim Connelly, his old team, he built that team in 2024 to beat that version of Denver with KCP and that construction. But Denver's a much different team 2 years later. And the biggest thing is that they have so much shooting now. Cam Johnson, Tim Hardaway Jr., Aaron Gordon in particular. When Aaron couldn't shoot, the Wolves were able to leave him completely open and be like, we're just going to jam the paint and leave Aaron Gordon open. But Aaron's a 40% three-point shooter now. There's not a good solve there. So now you got this problem where the Wolves are going to have to play kind of one-on-one with Jokic, or they're going to have to send the double, and that compromises their entire scheme if they have to start doubling. And the Nuggets have the shooters to make them pay. Versus Denver, I think, does have the defensive capability, as bad as their defense is versus bad teams. When it's good, it's pretty good. They will blitz Ant a lot, and he hates it. He really hates getting double teamed. And they're going to do that pretty consistently and make other guys beat them. And I don't know that they have the personnel. The Naz Reid minutes are going to be big in that series, but I lean a lot towards Denver there.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
I got 5 on it. Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. My co-host tonight is Cordell Woodland. He's filling in for Brad Evans, and the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Oh, boy. Well, it's never easy to watch your team's season end before your very eyes, but that is just exactly what happened for Cordell. Big Miami Heat fan, Heat culture. They've gotten out of the play-in tournament 3 straight years. Not tonight. LaMelo Ball, game-winning layup with seconds to go, and then the Heat had a chance to sprint down the other end of the floor at the buzzer, and their game-winning layup was blocked. And the Hornets, who had an 8-point lead in the fourth quarter, then needed a Kobe White miracle 3 with 10 seconds left to send it to overtime. They outlast the Heat 127-126. Miles Bridges with the game-winning block at the buzzer of Davion Mitchell. The Heat season is over. The Hornets are on to Friday. They play the loser of the Magic and the Sixers game, and then the winner of that will be the 8th seed and take on the Detroit Pistons. But Cordell, the Heat season is over. Your immediate thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, you get what you get. I don't know if I'm ready to blame the Heat for not using a timeout or blame Amazon for who was having technical difficulties for showing that they had a timeout and maybe they didn't have a timeout. I don't know. My emotions are all over the place. I'm looking for somebody to blame. But ultimately, you know, Miami just really wasn't a good team this year. They didn't deserve to make the postseason. Charlotte, they're a better story right now. They played like they wanted it. Both teams fought hard, but ultimately, you know, little things here and there, not having Bam obviously played a huge role in this game. But even if Miami won and got into the playoffs, I didn't think that Miami was going very far anyway.
Yeah, I mean, look, I didn't either. And I joked that maybe if they win 2 games, they could give the Pistons a run for their money because the Heat, you know, they've been in this spot before, right? They were the only team so far to go get out of the play-in tournament and then get to the NBA Finals. You know, them and the Lakers, I think, are the only 2 teams to win a series. And both of them, you know, Lakers went to the conference finals a couple years ago. Heat went all the way to the NBA Finals. So they've done it before. But, yeah, I mean, look, with even if you won this game, who knows what the status of Bam Adebayo was. That's probably the thing that sucks the most the fact that you had a lead in the fourth quarter, you end up losing by 1 in overtime. And if you have the best player on your team not going down with an injury in the first half, you probably win the game. And you probably hate, you're looking for somebody to blame. Blame LaMelo Ball. We both agree that was a dirty play, man. Taking Bam Adebayo out under the legs, falls, crashes right on his tailbone, walks to the locker room, never comes back in the game. If Bam Adebayo's on the floor, he'd probably win that game. They probably win it going away, which is that's probably what hurts the most. Whether or not they would have done anything against the Pistons, or even if they even would have won on Friday, but that's tough. And so before this game started, you and I were talking about, is there any changes that need to happen this summer in Miami? And, the big thing hanging over their head is, can they finally land Giannis? Can they get a trade done for Giannis? And I imagine Tyler Hero would be a part of that package going back to Milwaukee. Davion Mitchell would definitely be a part of that package. Kel'el Ware would definitely be a part of that package. But it'd be worth it if you can get Giannis Antetokounmpo from Milwaukee. And that is probably going to determine whether or not Pat Riley keeps his job or gets basically forced into an early retirement. Because, you said you'd be looking for him to probably move on here. He hasn't been able to land the big player. They failed on getting Damian Lillard. They have to get Giannis this summer now, because you can't just keep running it back and getting to the play-in tournament. And, they're basically like they're becoming the Steelers of the NBA right now. That is what's happening to the Miami Heat.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good comparison to make. That's exactly where they are. They're stuck in the middle. They're in the play-in every year. They're not bad enough to completely bottom out, but they're also not good enough to really compete in the East right now. And look, even if they don't get Giannis, because Giannis may politic and have his own choice of where he wants to go, and who knows if Milwaukee will even honor that. I don't even know what that relationship is like between Giannis and Milwaukee anymore. So how much are they going to be willing to send Giannis where he'd like to go, as opposed to getting what they can, the best offer that they can for Giannis right now? For me, if you're not going to get Giannis, you got to at least go get John Morant or somebody. Miami needs to go get the star player that can help take this team to the next level. They don't have that right now. They don't. They have a solid group of guys that can play, a nice mix of veterans. But most of this team is veterans. You have some young guys, the Kel'el Wares, the Jovic's, the Jaime Jaquez's, but even those guys have been in the league for a couple of years now. They just haven't been able to strike gold with their draft picks and draft like that next big thing. They've drafted nice role players, guys that can be a part of a team, but they haven't drafted like a guy yet. Maybe you can make the argument that Bam is that guy, and I do think very highly of Bam, but I just don't know how far Miami's going to go if Bam Adebayo is your best player. I love it if Bam is your second best player at that point. So yeah, getting a Giannis or getting a John Morant, I think both of those guys will play well with a Bam, especially with Bam developing that jumper that he's had here this season.
You'd be okay with Ja Morant swinging a trade for Ja? I think South Beach is the last place we want to bring Ja Morant to. I mean,
you're probably right. You're probably right, but that's where we are. We're just desperate. We're desperate right now for some level of star player. And you'd like to think that Miami, the way that they're ran, I mean, I get it. South Beach is South Beach. But the way the Miami Heat organization is ran, it's very tight. It's very disciplined. And even though Miami is a party spot, they usually don't have a lot of problems with their players in that area. I don't think that they would be as loose and free as Memphis has been with Ja Morant. I think that they would reel him in a little bit. That's where the leadership of Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra comes into play. I'd like to think that they would keep him focused on the basketball, but I can't deny that South Beach is South Beach. Maybe, but this could be a good thing. Maybe the party, the good lifestyle, the party and lifestyle takes him away from all the extra stuff that he was getting involved in out there in Memphis. I could deal with him wanting to go pop some bottles and still showing up to the games and not getting suspended. I don't think that that's his issue in Memphis right now.
That's a good point. Look, I get the desperation either way. Trust me, as a Knicks fan, I was there for years. So I feel you, man. But it feels like Giannis has got to be number one on that wish list right now. And look, I think the Heat definitely have the package to pull it off. You got ample draft capital. You got a bunch of young, great players like you mentioned. I mean, like, here we go. Kel'el Ware, Davion Mitchell, Jaime Jaquez. Take Tyler Hero as well, right? Because you have to try to do, some kind of matching of the salaries, and send the Bucks three or four first round draft picks. And you got Giannis and you got Bam on the same floor. And then, you figure out what to do with the rest. I don't know. At the same time, depleting most of your roster and your draft capital for Giannis, who's going to be 32 next year. I do get the trepidation. I do get the concerns, but you agree they do have to pull off some kind of a move here this summer. But the Miami Heat season is over, and the Hornets, they are one step away from making their first playoff appearance in, what has it been, 13 years for the Charlotte Hornets? Since 2016. So it would be a decade since they last went to the postseason. Meanwhile, late first quarter in the desert. Winner is into the playoffs in this one. Suns and the Blazers, winner of this game, locks in the 7th seed to take on the San Antonio Spurs in the first round. Phoenix up 24-19, 3.5 left to go in the first quarter. How about an early 10 points for Jalen Green, another one of those players that came over in the Kevin Durant trade? He's off to a great start. Devin Booker's got 7 points. Meanwhile, for Portland, they're led by the ageless wonder, Drew Holiday, 35 years young. He's got 11 of the 19 points for Portland. Denny Avdia, scoreless, and he's only taken 1 shot so far. So whatever the game plan has been for Phoenix to stop him, it is working out so far. Okay, so that was a nice big post-game instant reaction there from Miami Heat fan himself, Cordell Woodland. Cordell, it's been a blast having you on the show tonight, brother. We will finish up on the other side. We'll get to the rest of that hot or cold that we were aiming to get to here, and we'll finish with any of your final phone calls and texts at 310-840-4910. We'll get you some more scoreboard updates as well when we return. We're your nightly Central Sports Hub. Don't go anywhere. The fun continues next. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I hate the fact that the Pittsburgh Steelers are banking on like the halcyon days of the Green Bay Packers with Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers taking them back to prominence. Like, Art Rooney spoke at the league meetings in Phoenix a couple weeks ago and said they think Aaron Rodgers will make his decision before the draft. It's 9 days away. It's 9 days away. What if he retires? Are they going to draft Ty Simpson 21st overall? Is Will Howard going to be the quarterback to start next? Like, what are they doing? When is this decision going to be made? Do you think the Steelers know that he's coming back and it hasn't been announced publicly with the way Aaron Rodgers loves, no matter what he says? Like, you could be like, oh, I hate the public eye. And, oh, I want to live this quiet life. Prove it. Prove it. Prove it. 9 days out. We don't know if he's coming back or not. Okay. Yeah. The Pittsburgh Steelers. A legacy NFL franchise. One of the bluest of all the blue blood NFL teams. This is not the New York Jets. And I actually mean that not disrespectfully to the Jets, although it is a disrespectful thing to say, and I acknowledge it. And at least when Rodgers was doing this in Green Bay, he was doing it at like the height of his powers, winning MVPs, going to the postseason. And I know the Steelers went to the playoffs last year. I get it. They had no business making it, and they got destroyed by the Texans in round 1. And Mike Tomlin was the coach of that team. Now, here's Mike McCarthy. And we're begging Aaron Rodgers to come back. 9 days away. They don't know if he's coming back or not. 9 days away. The draft is in Pittsburgh. Is it possible that, like, this afternoon, he's like, yeah, I'm coming back? Of course. Could it happen at some point before the draft? Yes. Of course. But, like, no one thinks that there's a problem with this. Everyone just thinks this is normal, that the Steelers are trying to recreate a Packers team that was struggling a decade ago. I'm over it. I think this is insane what's going on with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Wanted to make sure we reserved a little time to give flowers to 3-time Stanley Cup champion goalie Jonathan Quick, who last night backstopped the Rangers to a win in a meaningless regular season game for the Rangers. But Jonathan Quick at age 40 is done in the National Hockey League. Won a Stanley Cup a couple years ago when Vegas won, was the backup goalie for Las Vegas. But really, when we think about Jonathan Quick, we will remember him when he starred for the LA Kings. 2 Stanley Cup champions in 2012 when they beat the Devils, in 2014 when they beat my Rangers. Quick won the Conn Smythe in 2012 when the Kings were an 8 seed and went all the way to win the Stanley Cup. And obviously all those great playoff duels with the Chicago Blackhawks, when the Blackhawks won 3 cups on that run and the Kings won 2. Felt like those were the 2 best teams every year for a number of years last decade in the NHL. Jonathan Quick is one of the best goalies ever. Now, does he fall short of like let's call it, the Martin Brodeur, Dominic Hasek, Patrick Waugh category? Like, probably. But he's in that next tier. This is an all-time great that is choosing to step away. And I think that we need to, as sports fans, celebrate what a career it was for the great Jonathan Quick.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, final segment here, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports here on this Tuesday night. I'm Pat Boyle, my co-host for tonight, Cordell Woodland. Fantastic job, Cordell. You're, I think you said it's your second ever show doing a 5-hour show. It was a beast, and unfortunately your Miami Heat had their season ended along the way, so definitely a little bit of misery added in on. Yeah, but how has it felt tonight, brother? How's it felt attacking this beast of a show?
Oh, it was cool, man. I appreciate you guys having me on with you. You guys made it really easy for me, and the sports slate tonight with the NBA play-in starting, we got plenty of baseball games going on as well. And, we talked a lot about the NFL draft coming up next week. So yeah, it made the content, and you guys definitely made this easy for me.
Yeah, by the way, we've got somebody that has tweeted in. We're going to finish off some hot or cold. We'll get you some scoreboard updates here before we get out of here. But, one of the running bits on the show, not even a bit, one of the running themes of our show has become me versus producer Brandon Combs, former Division III college baseball pitcher, and myself, Pat Boyle, and Brandon Combs, men's league baseball player. He thinks he can actually touch me if we ever squared off, and that is something we're going to have to do at some point in the near future here when we see each other. But Combs, we've got somebody weighing in on Twitter who goes by the name Seashell Pipes, And he tweets in, "You're a baller in my book, Pat. We going to need video of his ABs." And I said, "Oh, trust me, brother, there will be videos." And at Real Combsy, you will never live it down. And he said, "Get your popcorn ready." So we've got some listeners that definitely want to see this happen, man. We're going to have to get this showdown going.
Pat, I promise you, you better strike me out. Because look, there is nothing in the world I like more as a Marine than to talk trash. And
I know.
I promise you, if I get a hit off of you, that ERA when we talk about it is going to be somewhere like over 1,000 at some point. Like it's going to be it's you're never going to live it down if this happens and that ball comes off the bat and lands somewhere. You might strike me out. I don't foresee it happening, but hey, I mean, it's, it happens.
I could see you pulling a David Spade from Benchwarmers where you foul tip it into the catcher's glove and you go, "But I tipped it. I tipped it." That'll be your claim to fame.
Yeah, I can see you pulling, like a one pitch, and then I foul it off or somewhere down the line, and all of a sudden your elbow hurts and you can't throw another pitch, to let you win. That's what I see happening.
The funniest and saddest thing would be if I blow out my arm on a pitch that you then swing and miss and like pull a hammy on, and we both get hurt in the process and ends badly.
That might be the most accurate thing that we've said about this whole thing. That might be what happens.
All right, let's finish off with some hot or cold here. Cordell, I'll ask you first, and then Combs, if you want to chime in. Let's do this one. How about this is something we wanted to get to before, the headline today, Sharon Moore, the former Michigan head coach, that disturbing phone call with the fellow staff member that he was having an affair with. And, he threatened not only to harm her, but also to harm himself. Ends up getting 18 months probation and only a fine of $1,000. And so, there's 2 misdemeanors stemming from that incident. Obviously dismissed as the head coach of Michigan. So hot or cold here, Cordell, Sharon Moore will be a head coach again in the future in college football. What do you think?
I'm cold on it. I just don't think that he's going to warrant the trouble that's going to come with it. And maybe trouble's the wrong word, but maybe attention. It's not like we're talking about a guy who, led his team to a national championship or had an undefeated season or was viewed as one of the best head coaches in the nation. I just think that this is a guy that took over after Jim left. To be honest, he's most known for me for crying in the post game for about Jim Harbaugh. That's the most I remember in terms of on the field. So I just don't think that he's going to warrant all the attention that will come with bringing him in. Maybe he gets a shot at one of the lower tier schools and he's allowed to work himself back up. But if you're a school, again, it's not like this is some master recruiter that young players are begging to go play for. It's not like hiring him as your head coach guarantees your program anything. I just don't think it's worth all the stress that comes along with adding him into your program.
Combs, what do you think?
Look, I think at some point, we live in the world of sports where, if you're good at what you do, people, they get second chances, and whether or not you agree with it, whether or not you're okay with the things that have gone on, it just happens. And I don't think it'll be at a Division I school. I don't think it'll be a school that any of us care about or that any of us are, looking at their players or whether or not they're, going to be a college football playoff team. I think a D2 school somewhere. I think Sharon Moore will eventually, 5-6 years down the road, will be there.
I'm going cold. I mean, look, you had enough of a reason to make a case that he might never be a college a head coach again with the whole sign stealing scandal. And I get it, right? Like Jim Harbaugh went to the NFL, got away scot-free basically. Sharon Moore had to, he was the hand-picked successor. He was left to pick up the shrapnel, got suspended for, what was it, a total of a combined 3 games over 2 years or whatever. But then on top of that, the inappropriate relationship with a fellow staff member, and then, just being in a really dark mental space. It does not excuse his actions whatsoever. I don't know who's ever going to touch him again. And like Cordell said, it's not like he was a championship winning college coach. It's not like he had a longevity success. He was the head coach for 2 years. And in those 2 years, he was combined 15-8, Michigan wasn't Ohio State lapped them in terms of becoming the crown jewel of the Big Ten. So it's not like he had a sparkling resume in terms of wins and losses to begin with. I don't think he's ever going to coach again. Look, maybe, like you said, at a small like D2 school or D3 school, a school that's desperate and, that they don't have to pay him a ton of money because he's just trying to get any job that he can. I don't think he'll ever be a D1 coach ever again. That's for sure. Combs, let's finish up with one more here. What do you want to hit to finish off?
Let's go with this one. The NHL playoffs are better than the NBA playoffs, which is crazy to say after what we just witnessed, but the NHL playoffs are better than the NBA playoffs. Cordell, hot or cold?
Man, this is so tricky because I'm a basketball guy. I really don't watch much hockey throughout the regular season, but when the playoffs come around, I do put my eye on it. Mainly, I am a Caps fan. So if the Caps are in it, of course, a couple years ago when they win the Stanley Cup and they go through Vegas to I watched every single minute of that playoff run and I loved it. I mean, I'm glued to the TV the entire time. So I think if you're really into hockey, that would apply. You're probably hot. I'm an NBA guy. You don't get as much emotion as you maybe get in the NHL. Is not as fast paced, even though they're running up and down the court. I guess I probably will go hot. I gotta put my money where my mouth is. I typically tell people that the NHL has maybe the best playoffs of all the major sports. I don't want to go against that now. It is ratcheted up to another degree in the NHL playoffs. I love the intensity. I love how every minute matters, every power play matters, every hit matters. I will go hot on that.
I will just quickly say cold. I love the Stanley Cup playoffs, but I'm a diehard NBA fan. So, yeah, look, the first round series, they might be more blowout chalkiness than the NHL. Stanley Cup playoffs are an 8 seed. It's very common for them to be the 1 seed, but I still love the NBA playoffs. And, I mean, we got both to enjoy. That's the good thing.
You're crazy. The NHL playoffs are far better than the NBA playoffs. I like both. I think both are great. But the NBA playoffs, I mean, look, the NHL playoffs, I should say, don't take 3 nights off between games 1, 2, or 2 and 3. They play every other night, and they get through these things. And these guys are madmen, end-to-end action.
All right, that'll do it for us. Great show. Thanks to everybody that called in, texted in. Cordell, awesome job, brother. Appreciate it, man. Cordell Woodland, make sure you check him out on 105.7 The Fan. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Thanks to Monty. Thanks to everybody else on the show. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you back here tomorrow. BetMGM tonight.
If we get to next Thursday night, don't be surprised when and if, and I have zero inside information, not yet. I'm hoping to get some in the next week, in the next 9 days. I'll tell you the guy that's perfect for Detroit. Ruben Bain. Ruben Bain is the perfect Detroit Lion. With the violence that he brings on the edge, setting the edge, the way he defends the run would be an unbelievable compliment to Aiden Hutchinson on this defensive line. A trade up for Ruben Bain, I think, makes all the sense in the world. If Arvell Reese slips a little bit in the draft, and it seems to be consensus now that the Jets will go David Bailey second overall, we can get to the Arizona Cardinals, who pick third overall at some point during the show here. Could the Lions make a trade up for Arvell Reese? Will the Lions potentially wait until they're on the clock at 17 and take the best offensive lineman available and seek to find an edge elsewhere in the draft? I do think the Detroit Lions loom as a major wild card in this draft. They can't sit on their hands. I think the board either falls to them exactly the way they want it, or they've got to make a move. This window for Detroit to compete for a Super Bowl, I don't want to say it's closed, because it's not. Is it ajar? Are we getting there to it being closed? Huge NFL draft coming up for the Lions. And I would love, if Ruben Bain's going to slip, F them picks, go try and win it now, go up and get Ruben Bain if you are the Detroit Lions. At the Ravens, Chargers, Broncos, Chiefs, and Bills will all be better, in my estimation, this year than they were last year. Then the Patriots need to take a big swing. And that swing is undoubtedly A.J. Brown. And I'll just say it. If they don't take the swing, and we can discuss at a later date what that would mean for the Eagles if they keep A.J. Brown, which I think would be a disaster for the Eagles. If the Patriots don't trade for A.J. Brown, don't reunite him with Mike Vrabel, and don't give Drake May that legitimate 1A alpha superstar, A-level alien receiver in that offense, there's no way in the world I would ever bet the Patriots to make it back to the Super Bowl. I wouldn't even bet them to win the AFC East. That's Buffalo's division. Now you give New England A.J. Brown, we can have that conversation. Who wins the AFC East? A lot's riding on this. The Patriots can't afford to screw around. Yes, they say they're going to leave the door open. I actually think that's not enough. Go get a wrecking ball. And Miley Cyrus can sing this part instead of Bruno Mars. And use that wrecking ball to smash the bleep out of the entire front of the house. It shouldn't just be the door that's open. You should be able to see the whole damn inside of the house. That's what it should be for the New England Patriots.